Hello guys, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Kobe and this is SkyTech Digital. Now in this video, I'm going to show you how you can be able to create this church website that you see over here. So this is a church website. I call it Church in Christ in Worship. Okay, so Christ in Worship Church. Now this particular website template is in the template seller website. You can get it over here for $39 dollars if you don't want to follow this tutorial over here. Now let me show you how this particular website looks like. So as you can see over here, we have a transparent header over here, and then we also have a sticky header at the same time. So when you are scrolling, there is a sticky header over there, and then when you don't scroll and it's on the top, there is a transparent header over here. So this is how it looks like. Now this website was created using free resources, so we're going to use free Elementor and then free theme to be able to create this particular website, and then all other resources that we use are free plugins. Okay, so you can be able to follow along very easily. Now on the other hand, we also have on the other section over here, we have the hero section over here, and this hero section covers even the header and every part of it. So you can label or list your things that you want to showcase to people over here. So we have the title, the subtitle over here, and then we have the description, and then we also have two buttons over here showing over here. So we can also scroll through it. Okay, the same thing over here. You can go ahead and add more to it if you want to. So I'm going to show you how you can be able to also perform this action over here. And then when you scroll down, we also have this section over here, which I call it the ministry or the services section. Okay, so over here it talks about our story over here, and then our ministry, and then also the outreach mission that the church have. And then on this side there is give. If people want to donate to the church, they can go ahead and donate to the church. We also have the get involved, and then we have the prayer request over here. So you can showcase all these things over here. And then this section is the about section. So a little bit about the church, and then your weekly gatherings, and then how people can be able to join the Sunday service. And then we also have another section over here which is called the sermon. So all past sermons can be created as post and then be listed over here. So I'm going to show you how you can be able to do that. And then we also have the upcoming events also over here. So we're going to add events to the website whereby people can be able to see the event that is going on inside this particular church. And then when they want to view more, they can go ahead and then view more. And then when you scroll down, we have the last call to action over here, which is telling people to join the website. And then below over here is the footer section, nicely designed over here, simple and nice. I'll show you how you can be able to do all these things. So basically this is how the home page looks like. Now if you want to check the about page, you can go ahead and then we check it out. So when I click on about page, is going to take us to the about page, and then we can be able to check how the about page also looks like. So a little bit about the church, simple about page with everything that you need on about page inside over here. So that is the about page. Okay, so that is how the about page looks like. Now if you click on event, so let's go to event. You can go ahead and click on event over here to see all the events which is on the on this particular website. So as you can see, you can list all your past events or latest events on the website. So currently there are no upcoming events, but these are the past events which was held by this particular church. Okay, so that is it. Now you can list all your upcoming events over here, and then you can categorize your event into list, month, and then even day. Okay, so and even day. So you can do all that based on what you want. So your users can, or your congregation who comes over here, can be able to filter between this ones over here. And then we also have sermons, and then we have our ministries page over here. So all the ministries that you have on the church, you can be able to, give a brief description about the ministry, and then what they do, and then how maybe people can be able to join that ministry when they join their church. So there are a lot of things that you can get over here, and this particular website gives you everything that a church website will really need. So let's say we want to go to donations. Okay, so let me I haven't linked this button over here, but let me click over here to go to the donations page. So this is how the donations page also looks like. So people can be able to give to the church, okay, on your website over here. So they can go ahead and then donate over here. So as you can see, when I click on donate now, I can be able to choose the amount that I want to donate. So if I click over here and I click on continue, I can be able to enter my name, my last name, my email address, and then click on continue to go and then donate. Okay, so you have to give to the church, and that is it. The church needs your donations to be able to help other members in the church, and then also to proclaim the word of God. Okay, so that is basically how the whole thing looks like. So giving is not a must, but it's your responsibility as a church member to be able to give to the church. And that is how this particular website looks like. So it looks very beautifully designed, and I'm going to show you step by step how we created this particular website over here. Like I said in the beginning, if you don't have time to watch the full tutorial and then you feel like, oh, I need a template, I want the template, now of course you can support us by getting this template over here for just 39 USD. Okay, so you can get it 39 USD. And if you want most templates, I mean, we have our 17 WordPress template bundle, which is also going for 49 USD over here. You can also support us by getting that particular template. So now let's jump into the video and learn how we can be able to build this particular website from scratch. Alright guys, so to be able to start creating this amazing church website, all you need is a domain name, hosting, and then you will install WordPress on your hosting. Now because of time factor, I've gone ahead to do all those things. But if you need domain name and hosting, just open a new tab over here, open a new tab over here, and then type in kitechdigital.com/namecheap. Okay, so this is Namecheap, and this place you can get amazing cheap hosting over here, and their support too is very, very good. Now the reason why I want you to use this link is not because it's going to give you maybe special offers and all those things, but because you'll be helping the channel to be able to create more videos. Now if you use this link to purchase anything on Namecheap, what you're going to do is you're going to support the channel, because any purchase that you do, Namecheap is going to give us a referral bonus, a little bit of referral bonus, which will help us to be able to continue creating website tutorials for you guys. So please use kitechdigital/Namecheap over there. I'm going to leave the link in the description for you, so you can go ahead and use it. Now if you get over here, search for your domain name and then hover on hosting over here, and then pick any hosting package that you want, and then connect them together, purchase it, and you're good to go. Okay, now I've done countless number of videos about how to purchase domain name and hosting from Namecheap. I'll leave all those links in the description for you to be able to get all those things down. But because of time factor, I'm going to skip all this process, and then we're going to go ahead straight and start designing. So as you can see, I have my newly installed WordPress over here, and this is how it is done. Okay, so newly installed, nothing on it. Let me just refresh it for you so that you wouldn't say that I'm just I have already done it and I'm just using something to scare you off. Now this is it. Okay, now if you go to the back end over here, this is the dashboard of WordPress. So I have already gone ahead to install WordPress, and this is my dashboard. First of all, I want us to do first things first. Now we will do some small WordPress settings, and then we'll go ahead and start installing the plugins that we will use to start creating our website, and then we are good to go. So what we're going to do is I'm going to click on screen options over here, and I'll just untick this welcome over here. But sometimes you have so many things over here, just untick all of them and get a clean dashboard. Now that you have a clean dashboard, I know this dashboard will be messy again because when we install new plugins, they're all going to be still notices and other stuff over here. But for now, I want a clean dashboard. Now that we have this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to settings over here, go to my general settings, and then I want to do some few settings. Okay, now all these settings I'm doing when you're installing WordPress, you'll be asked to type in your site name, your description or tagline, and then all these addresses you'll be choosing to install WordPress on it. And then some of these things you'll be doing it when you're installing, but some of them you have to come over here to do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just come over here and then add my site title. So my site title is going to be Christ in Church, or Church in Christ here. Christ in Worship. Okay, so Christ in Worship, that is the church name. And then I'm going to say Christ Believing Church. Okay, so Christ Believing Church. So Christ Believing Church. And then you can add your site icon. Now the site icon will be shown over here. Okay, so for instance, if I go over here and then I hit template seller, you see this icon over here, this particular icon, that is a site icon. So you need to have an icon that you can be able to use over here. Okay, and the size of the icon should be 512 by 512 pixels. Okay, so I'm not going to put anything over there. And then the WordPress URL, the site URL, make sure it is the same. Do not change anything over here. And then the email address of the admin, put your admin email address. If you have already done it, just leave it. And the membership over here, if you want people to register on your website, just enable this one. Okay, but for now I'm going to leave it as it is. And then you can set your site language, your time zone, date format, and all those things, time format, week start on, and then click on save changes. All right, so now that we are done over here, now there is also another thing that I want to do, which is permalinks. Okay, so I want to set my tell WordPress that I want my links to follow this structure. Okay, and that is exactly what I wanted to do. So I'm going to go to permalinks over here, and under settings, you see permalinks over here, and then the default structure is this day and name. Okay, so meaning that when you are reading a post or something over there, you're gonna have this particular one which says what this is the structure of the links that will come. Okay, but we don't want it like that. We want the post name. So always make sure that you change your permalink structure for SEO purposes. Change it to post name over here. Okay, this is the good structure. And then when you are done, click on save changes. All right, so now that we are done over here, now there are other settings that we will do, but for now we're gonna just limit it to just the permalinks and the general settings, because we're gonna come back to reading over here later on. Okay, so now what we have to do is to install a theme. Now in WordPress, a theme is like the building blocks of your website. So every WordPress website have a theme. Now if you look at this particular website, even though we are not done with it, but because for it to run, there should be a theme that would be able to make it visible for people to see what you have over here. And that theme is a 2025 theme. Okay, so if you go over under appearance and you click on themes over here, you're going to see that there are a couple of themes over here. Okay, so this is the 2025 theme, and this is a child theme from template seller, and then this is the cadence theme. Okay, so I'm going to just delete this one. I'm going to delete this one. Okay, and for the purpose of this tutorial, I will delete this cadence theme also, even though that is the theme that we're going to install, but I will delete it so that we only have this particular theme over here. And then we'll go ahead and install the theme so that everybody will be able to follow what I'm doing. So to install a theme and then to make a theme run on your website, make sure you hover on appearance and then click on themes over here. Now you see all the already installed themes over here, and then click on add new theme to install new theme. Now make sure that when you're adding a theme, you add a theme that you are conversant with, a theme that you can be able to manipulate it, you design it, you can be able to know the ins and outs of the what of the theme, not just any theme just because you feel like, oh, this theme is popular, this theme is this theme is that. Make sure that you are conversant with the theme, and then you can be able to change certain things about the theme, especially with the free themes. So don't just choose any theme. Okay, that is it. Now that we are here, what we're going to do is we're going to click on add new theme, and there are two ways of adding a new theme. You either search for it from the WordPress theme directory over here, or you upload your own theme. Okay, so if you have a theme that you want to upload, you can go ahead and then upload your own theme. But what we're going to do is we're going to search for the theme. So over here, just type in Cadence. Okay, the theme that we deleted, that is the same thing that we are going to install. So type in Cadence over here, and then you're going to see this theme over here. Just click on install, and we're going to activate it. So just click on activate. Now Cadence is one of the most popular themes, and then it is also one of the most flexible themes that you can ever use. Okay, so it gives you all the flexibility that you need in a theme. It gives you all the things that you might need in creating your website, any kind of website, whether it is a church website, an e-commerce website, or whatever it is. You can be able to use Cadence theme to be able to create it as quickly as possible. So that is why we are going to use the Cadence theme. So now we're going to close this one, and then close this one also. Now we have the Cadence theme activated. Okay, now if you want the pro version of Cadence theme, and if you want to go further more of the theme, I will leave a link in the description for you to get a pro version of Cadence theme. So now that we are over here, what we're going to do is we have installed our theme, everything is working perfectly. Now if you go to the front end and then we click on refresh, because we've installed a new theme, the design and feel will change. Okay, let's wait and see. So you see now the design and feel, the look and feel has changed, and just because we've installed a new theme. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our dashboard over here, and we want to install some plugins. Now plugins are, let's say, the functionalities that you add to your website. So we want to use a page builder to be able to build all our pages on the website. Then we need a plugin that will help us to be able to do that without writing any line of code. Okay, so we need a plugin that we're going to use. Now we want a form on our website. We need a plugin to help us to create that form. We want a donation feature on our website. We need a plugin that have that kind of donation features to be able to help us create that kind of feature. We also need an event. Okay, event on our website. We need an event plugin that can be able to help us to be able to create such events over there. So an event calendar plugin that will be able to help us to create such events. So these are some of the things that plugins do. So they add functionalities to your website. So what we are going to do is we're going to go over here and then hover on plugins over here and click on add new. Now I'm explaining every step by step because I know some of you are new over here and you are still learning. Okay, that is why I explain step by step so that you really understand it. Now we're going to install some few plugins. We're going to install Elementor, we're going to install Forminator, we're going to install Give donation plugin, we're going to install Royal Elementor or Royal add-ons for Elementor, and then we'll install Event Calendar. Okay, so these are the plugins, 5 main plugins that we are going to install. So let me go ahead and then quickly install Elementor. So search for Elementor over here. All right, so we have Elementor over here, which says Elementor Website Builder by Elementor. Okay, so this is what we need, and as you can see, have 10 million active 10 million plus active installations over here. So we're going to click on install now, and we are not going to activate it. We will come over here, and then we'll also install Royal Elementor add-ons. Okay, so these add-ons add functionalities to this particular Elementor plugin that we are using. So we're going to also install this one, and then we are not activating all of them, we will activate them together. Okay, so we'll go ahead and then also search for Forminator. So Forminator is a plugin that is used to create amazing forms. Okay, so if you are an old member of this channel, you know that I've used Forminator most of my videos. Okay, because it's free, and it have more options than all the other forms that I use, and it's also easy to use. So this is the Forminator, and we're going to click on install now. All right, so now that we are over here, also we go ahead to look for give. Okay, so just type in give over here, give. Now we're looking for the give donation plugin, and this is what give WP over here. Okay, so we're gonna install this particular plugin. Just click on install. All right, then we go ahead and then we search for our last plugin, which is events calendar. So events calendar is what we will be installing last. All right, so this is the number one events calendar plugin that we are going to use. Okay, so make sure that you install this one also. Okay guys, so now that we have installed all these plugins, what we're going to do is we go back to installed plugins. So over here on your left hand side over here at the dashboard, click on installed plugins over here. All right, so you see that all our plugins that we have installed is over here, but we haven't activated any of them. But we're going to bulk activate all of them. So what we're going to do is we click on this box over here, check it, and then it will check all of them, and then click on the bulk actions over here, and then click on activate. Okay, now when you click on activate, click on this one to apply the activate to all of them. So we're going to click on apply, and they're going to activate all of them. Now which other, like any of the plugins that is not activated, we're going to activate it solely. Okay, so don't worry, let's hold on and let's all activate for us. All right, so guys, as you can see, all of them have been activated, and you see over here all of them activated successfully. Now if you activate them and then you get an onboarding process or an onboarding kind of process from Elementor, do not worry, don't worry at all. All what you're going to do is to just follow the process, and then let Elementor do its own thing. Just close it. You can close it and come back to it, and come back to this place. Okay, the same thing applies to the Royal Elementor add-ons. If you have any onboarding thing, just close it, and then you'll be able to come back over here. So now we have all these plugins installed, and you see this is what give over here, and they are giving us some notices over here. What we're going to do is we're going to close this one. Okay, also the start selling tickets for events, we're going to close this one also. And then this is also from Royal Elementor, we're going to close it. So I think everything is quite okay. So Royal Elementor says we have to activate the add-on, so I'm going to just click over here and see what they have for us. All right, so I'm going to skip this one. Okay, so Royal Elementor add-on has been activated. This is their template kit, and I don't really need this template kit. I need some add-ons in my, or some widgets or blocks in my Elementor. That is why I installed them. Okay, so now that we've installed all the plugins that we need, now we need to start creating our pages. Okay, so we need to start creating our pages. Now let's look at this particular website and let's see how many pages that they have. They have 1, 2, 3. Okay, so these are not pages, these are subsessions. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and then donation 8. So 8 pages over here. Let's let me go through it again and see. This is okay, so these are all not really pages, they have already been counted already. So let's click over here to see. This one will lead to our contact page. Okay, so yeah, so the same thing over here, the same pages over here. Okay, all right, so now it's very easy to go ahead. We have 8 pages to create. So over on pages over here, click on all pages over here and see if there are some other pages that have been created for you. of course, since we have give and we have the how do you call it, the events, all those pages will be created for us. But if they are not created, we'll have to create it ourselves. So as you can see, give has already created some pages for us. Okay, so donation event, donation field, donation donor dashboard. Okay, it has already been created for us. So I'm gonna just leave this one and delete this one. So I will trash it. That is a sample page. I don't really need it. All right, so I'm going to go into the trash and then delete it completely. So I'm just going to delete it permanently. Okay, so now I only have 4 pages over here, which one is in draft mode. I'm going to leave it in draft mode. Later on we can activate it. So these 4 pages, we want to add more pages to it. So we're going to click on add new page over here, or you can click on this particular one to add a new page. Okay, so the first page we're going to create is the home page. Okay, so just type in home over here, and we are just creating the pages. We are not designing them. Later on we're going to design them one after the other. So we're going to click over here, click on this particular template over here, and then we're going to choose full width. Okay, so we choose full width over here, and then we click on publish. Okay, so we create another page again, and the next page we'll create is the about page over here. So we're going to create the about page also. So I'm going to call this one about, and then you see the template over here. I'll click on default template over here, and then I'm going to choose a new template for it, which is the Elementor full width, and then I'll click on publish. So that is how I create my pages. Now I'm just creating the pages, I'm not designing them. I will use Elementor to design each of the pages. Okay, so I'm going to create the rest of the pages, which is ministry, sermon, event, prayer request, contact. Okay, and then the give. So I'm going to create all those pages and come back. All right, guys, so I've finished creating all the pages, and as you can see, we have all the pages over here. Okay, so if you go over here and then refresh the website, we're going to have all the pages listed on the website. Just because we haven't set up our header menu on the header, and then also our footer, we have not set it up. So now that we've created our pages, what we're going to do is we're going to first of all go ahead and then change one setting first. Then we'll go ahead and create our home our menus. Okay, so we're going to create our menus first, and then we do our header and footer, then we can start creating our pages. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to settings over here, and then I'll go to reading. Okay, so I want to change some settings in the reading over there. Now if you look on the front end over here, and if I click on this one, it's supposed to take me to the home page, right? We've created the home page page, but it is not this particular one over here. But if I go over here and say /home, it's going to take me to the page, which is the home page. Okay, in the normal circumstance, this is what we want people to, or anybody who comes to the church website, to land on. Okay, so we will design this place, but I'm just giving you an example. But we don't want them to see this URL over here. We want them to see just this particular one, okay, when they land over here. Okay, so that is exactly what we want to do over here. So what we do is we'll display or we set our home page as a static page. Okay, now for now our home page displays latest post, and that is why when we click on this one, we'll see the post on the home page. Okay, so you see hello world post over here is on the home page. Now we want to display a static page, and then we choose a page which we want it to be our home page. So we click over here, and now we will set our home page over here. So we're going to set our home page as where is it? Okay, so home over here. Okay, so home, and then for the sermons, we want to use it as our post page. So this is where all our sermons will be. Okay, which is going to be our post page. Now that we have this one done, we can go ahead, or even for the sermon, I'm going to ignore it for now. I'll definitely create the sermons page, which we have already created. We'll design it with the other Elementor add-on that we installed, the Royal Elementor add-ons that we installed. So we're gonna click over here and click on save over here. Alright, so now if you refresh the website, it's supposed to take us to the home page, because that is exactly our home page. So as you can see, now we don't see any post over here, because this is what our home page. So now that we've set the home page right, now what we're going to do is we're going to create our menus. Okay, so now you see how the menu looks like, and the header also looks not really nice, just like this one. Okay, it's not like this one. We want to set our menus right, so we want to make sure that our menus looks really nice, as you see over here. So we're going to go over here, and then we will hover on appearance over here, and now you see that there are other options that came just because we installed the theme. We're going to click on menus over here. So I'm going to click on menus, and then what we're going to do is we're going to create our own menus. Okay, so you know what, and the not literally meaning of menu is just a list of prepared what dishes. If you go to those who do the the chef and all those things, they'll tell you menu is a list of prepared dishes. So we're going to create our menu and then put some items inside the menu. So that is exactly what we will do. So the first menu that we want to create is the primary menu. Now the primary menu is the main menu over here. Okay, so that is the primary menu, and then we want to display it on the primary. Okay, so just like this one, and then I'll click on create. Alright, so we've created the menu. Now what do we have to do? We have to make sure that we put items on the under the menu. Okay, so let's go to view. These are our pages. So let's go to, see, when you come over here, we have pages, we have posts, we have donations, we have custom links, we have categories, we have event categories. Now even on top over here, when I click on screen options over here, I'll see different things also over here. So if I want to remove some of these things out, I can be able to remove. If I want to add event over here, I can just click over here, and when I come over here, there is going to be event over here. Okay, so that is basically it. Now I want to add pages to my menu, so I will just go over here and then go to view all, and then I'm going to add my home page, my about page, my contacts page. I'll come over here and also add my ministries page, my prayer request, my sermon. Okay, let me see, we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 pages. 1 2 3 4 5 6. So what haven't we added? Let's go ahead and see. So we have home, about, ministries, sermon, event. Okay, so event, we haven't added event. So for event, we're going to use a custom custom link to do the event. Now we're going to go over here and then click on add to menu. All right, so we have the home, about. I'm going to bring contact to the last, home, about. Let's see, ministries, sermons. Okay, so we go to ministries and then we go to sermons over here, and then the next one is event. Now we want to add event over here. So if you click over here, you see that there are no items in the event, and then if you click on event categories, also there are no items in the event, but we want to add the event page. Now one thing about the event is that, let me save this one first so that I show you what the event really is. Now you see that we installed the event calendar. Okay, so this is the event over here. Now if you go to its settings, okay, just I'm going to open it in a new tab for you over here so that I don't close this one. So if you go to the event settings, you're going to see that they will give you the link to the event page. Okay, to the event page. So as you can see over here, this is the event URL over here, and that is it. So if I click on this one to open for me, it's going to open the event page over here. And as you can see, this is the event page. And if you look at this page and you look at let's go ahead and see this event page, they look similar. Okay, just that this one doesn't have this particular one doesn't have any event in it, but this one have event over the past event over there. Okay, so that is how it looks like. Okay, and this one has been customized. It means that the colors and all those things have been changed. Okay, but with this one we still have this one, the blue color, the default blue color over there. So basically what I mean is that if you want to access, if you install the event calendar or the event plugin, you need to make sure that you go to its settings and copy this particular link over here. So copy it. Okay, you see that they've set the event slag for it. They've set this is the event link, and they've set also the slag also for each event. Okay, single event. So to be able to access the main event page, just copy this one, copy this link over here, and then we're going to go back to our menus where we are creating the menu. And then what we're going to do is we will go to custom links. Okay, so custom links. So I'm going to go to custom links, and then I'll put where they say URL. I'm going to put this URL over here, and then what I'll do is I'll write event over here, and I'm going to click on add to menu. All right, so we've added our event to our menu. So let's position it where it's supposed to be. So let's go ahead and see where our events are. So just after the sermon we have event. Okay, so just after the sermon we have event, and then before prayer request, and then contact. So these are the menu items that we have. Let's click on save to save the changes. And now if you come to our website over here and then refresh, you're going to see that we will have all our items over here. Okay, now we have created our first menu, and we will style it, customize it the way we want it during when we are creating our header and then footer. But let's go ahead and see other menus that we also have on the website. So when we scroll down, we see that we have useful links over here, and then we have our ministries. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and create this this few how do you call it, this kind of menus over here. Okay, now first of all, this one also have some things under it. Okay, so these ones are sections which when I click on it right now, it takes me to the ministry page, but a particular section, okay, which talks about that worship aspect of the ministry. So you see, it takes me to over here. If I click on outreach, it's going to take me to the outreach session. If I click on prayer ministry, it's going to take me to the prayer. If I click on kids ministry, it would take me to the kids ministry. So we have to create this menus also. So what we're going to do is, first of all, we want to create custom links. Okay, so that is exactly what we have to create. We use something to represent something. So what I'll do is I'm going to pick my URL over here. I'm going to pick my URL over here. Okay, and remember that it will be under, all will be under ministries. Okay, so that is exactly what we have to note. So I'm going to go ahead and pick the ministries URL. So I'll pick the ministries URL. Okay, this particular URL, and I'll come back over here and then come to custom links over here, and then I'll put the links over here, and then just after the slash over here, now I have to make sure that I name them one after the other. So over here we have worship, right? Worship ministry. So I'll put a pound sign and then I'll enter worship. Okay, so I'm gonna go straight over here to the last part of the link, and I'll put a pound sign over here. So I'm going to put a pound sign over here, and then I'll just type in worship. Now I'll keep this particular particular word down, okay, so that when I'm creating the page and where I'm supposed to put it, so that the link will colorate. Okay, so it will link together, so that when somebody clicks on it, it will take the person to that place. I'll be able to do that. So I'm just going to come here and then say the first ministry is worship. worship ministry. Okay, so I'm going to go over here and then just type in worship ministry. All right, so this is it. So I'm going to copy this one also. Click on add to menu, and then I'll just paste it over here. And this time around I'll say what is the next one? Outreach. Okay, so this time around I'll just come and then I'll put outreach just after the pound sign. Outreach. Okay, and then I'll just say outreach ministry. All right, so I'm going to just go over here and click on add to menu. I'll do same for the rest. Okay, so I'll clean this one. I'll clean the worship, and this one says what? Says prayer. We have prayer and kits. So this one says prayer. So I'm going to go over here and put prayer over here, and then say prayer ministry, add to menu, and then I'll do same over here, and then this time around I'll say kids. Okay, so this one is also kids ministry. All right, so I'm going to just click on add to menu, and as you can see we have all our ministries set up over here. Okay, so now I will push them under the ministry. So we have our worship ministry, our outreach ministry, our prayer ministry, and then we have our kids ministry. Okay, so I'm going to just click on save changes. All right, so now that we've created it, we have to create the next menu. So to create another menu, we click over here and then we say create a new menu. So we're going to give a name for this one, and then we call it the ministry menu. So ministries. Okay, so I'll say our ministries, and then this time around I'm not going to assign it to anything. I'm just going to create it. All right, so now that we've created it, now the way we did for the the one over here, we're going to do same. The way we did for this ones over here, we're going to do same for this one. We're going to use custom links over here, and we'll paste this one over here. This one is worship, so we say what? Worship ministry. We'll add it to cart, we'll add it to menu, and then we'll over here we say outreach, and then we'll come over here and say outreach ministry. Okay, and then we'll come over here, and then this time around we say prayer. So we have prayer ministry. Okay, and then the last one is kids. So we go over here and say kids, and then we say kids ministry. All right, so now we have 4 ministries set up under the ministries. Now we can go ahead and click on save menu. Okay, so now we have our ministry also set up. Now we can also go ahead and start we can also go ahead and start creating a different menu over here. So we're going to create our last menu, which is also called the useful links. Okay, so these are our useful links, meaning that we can quickly go over here and then click on it. Users can quickly go over there and click on it. So we're going to put useful links over here, and then we'll click on create. We won't set it to anything, we'll just click on create menu. Okay, so now that we've created the menu, now let's look at the useful links over here. We have prayer request, we have sermon, we have event, we have give, we have contact. So these are the useful links. So we're gonna give contact, prayer request, sermon, 1 2 3 4. Let's see, 1 2 3 4, and then we have contact. We have event. So I'm going to add this one over here for event. We need to copy the event link over here. So I'm just going to copy this link, come over here, and then go to custom links over here, put it over here, and then just write events over here. Okay, so we're gonna rearrange them. So prayer request will come first. So let's say sermons, event, give, and then contact. So prayer requests, sermons come, events, give, and then contact. So we won't set it to anything. We're just going to click on save menu. All right, so we have these menus set up. We have our ministries primary menu, we have useful links. Okay, so we are good to go. So now that we've created our menus, now let's go ahead and then check our header and footer and design it the way we want it. Now if you look at this particular header, we have both transparent and sticky header. So this is a transparent header, but when somebody scrolls, the person is going to have what, a sticky header over here. And that's exactly what we want to do. So we're going to go back over it. So I'm going to close this one. I'm going to close this one also. And then when we come over here, what we have is customize. Okay, so to be able to set up your header and then do a lot of customization on your menu, on your theme, we have to go to the customization page, okay, or the customization section of the theme. So now what we're going to do is we're going to click on customize over here. So click on customize. I'm going to go open it in a new tab, okay, so that I don't close this particular one. So this is customize. All right, so this is our customization section or page of the website, okay, or the theme. So to customize this theme, you have to make sure that you set your colors, your page layout, and all those kind of stuff. So what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to go to colors first. Now you see that the colors over here are the blue kind of colors over here, but it is different from this particular is a yellowish or orange color that you see over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and then set our colors. So I'm going to go over here, and then I'm going to change the colors over here. So I'll change the accent color over here to some kind of this kind of yellowish color, and then let me make this one a little bit brighter. Yeah, something like this. And then go over here also and change this one. Okay, let me just make this one a little bit orange. So yeah, so something like this. Or let me just make it darker. Yeah, so it's gonna be something like this. All right, so this is what the colors that we're going to use. And if you like, you can change all this one, but I'm gonna just leave it as it is right now over here. And then with the the link style, I want to say no underline. Okay, so it's gonna be no underline. And then I'll publish this one, and I'll go to back. I'll go to back and then go to buttons. And then over here you can you see that when you look at the buttons over here, you have that kind of corner radius over there. So that's the same thing we're going to do for this one. I'm going to give it a 50 pixel radius, 50 pixel radius over here. And then yeah, I think that's all. I'm going to just click on publish. All right, so you're not seeing any change because we haven't changed anything really. And then with the typography also, we're going to change the typography. So let's look at how we can be able to change the typography. Now the system font, we will give it the Barlow. We're going to look for Barlow for it. So I'll click on this select font over here, and then I'm going to choose Barlow. So BALOW. Okay, so I'm going to choose this one. Okay, that's going to be our system font. Okay, and it will run through all the all the others. Okay, so run through all the. Now make sure that you set it well for both mobile and all those things. So go ahead and then rearrange them the way you want it, but I'm going to leave it as it is right now. I'm going to click on publish, and then I'll go to back, go back again. Now I'll go to header. Okay, so now we have to set up our header. So you see, one thing I love about this theme is it's have the kind of header builder that you want, that will help you to build your own header the way you want it. So if you look at this one, this is how it is arranged. We have a button over here. After the button, we have the menu, primary menu, and then we have our logo over here. So that's exactly what we want to do. So you see this one, we have our primary menu, there is no button, but when I click on this plus icon, see when I hover on it, the plus icon shows. I can be able to add some widgets over here, and button is one of them. So you see at the moment I added it, this is how it shows over here. Okay, so now I have button over here. Now I can click on it, and then maybe what is written donate. Okay, and then change it to donate. Okay, and then I'll put the donation link over there. So I can go ahead and put our donation link over there. So I'm going to copy the donation link or the give link. Let me see if I'll be able to see it. Okay, so it's very simple. It's just /give, right? Yeah, this one /give. Okay, so I'm going to copy this one, come here, and then paste it over here. Okay, so you can go to your design, and then you can set your colors and all those things. Let me publish this one and see, come to the front end to see, because I've set the colors of the buttons here. So you see it is working. So I don't know why it's not showing well over there, but it is working over here, and everything is working perfectly over here. So that is it. Now let's go to the primary menu over here. Now with the primary menu, we also going to go to design over here, and then we want to change the font color, because we're going to use transparent, right? So first of all, with the normal primary menu, I think we want to change this color. I'm going to change this color to basically black, right? Let me change it to black. Okay, now if I hover on it, I want it to be this color, and then the normal active color too should be this. Okay, forget about the blue that you see over here. When you go to the front end, it's going to change. Okay, so I'm going to just click on publish. Now what I'll do is the navigation font over here. Okay, I'm not going to change the font because it is inheriting from what we set, that is the Barlow. Now, but what I want to do is I want to make it capital. So as you can see over here, and then I want to just reduce the font a little bit, font size a little bit to 15. Okay, so something like this. Now of course you can go ahead and even increase, go to style and change the from regular to whatever thing that you want. So if you want it to be 500 pixel, you can the weight to be 500, you can put it over there. If you want it to be 500 italics, you want it to be 600, you see it's now becoming bolder and bolder. Okay, so I want it to be this way, so I'm going to publish it this way. All right, so I think this one is okay for me. Now the next one I'll do is I'll go to logo over here, and I want to set my logo. Okay, so I want to go to general, and then first of all, the logo layout, I want to just choose logo. Okay, and then go over here and insert things in my media library. Now we don't have anything over here, but I have some images that I have already I'll be using for the website. I'll leave that link in the description for you to download the image so you can follow along the tutorial. So I'm going to drop it in. All right, so now that we have it done, I'm going to just click on select. Okay, so note that what we're going to do, I'm going to skip cropping. Note that you won't see it. Okay, you're not going to see it. Okay, basically because let's go over here and see. Let's go over here and see. Now if I go to where event here, let me go to event. Event is using the normal header. Okay, so all of them are using transparent, but event is using, okay, so basically event is using blue header. It means that this is the normal header over here. It means that we can go ahead and go to our main row over here, and then we can give the design. We go to design over here, and we can give a color for our main row. So if you go over here and then we go to main row background, we can give a blue color that we want to use for our main row. So basically let me just use this color. So I'm going to copy this color code. I'm going to copy this color code and put it down. Okay, so this is the blue color that we are using. So if I publish it right now and I come here and I refresh it, you see my logo is now showing over here, but all these ones are showing black. Okay, which is not what I want. What I want is I want them all to show white. So what I'll do is I'm going to go here. I'm going to go here to the primary. I'll click on the settings icon over here and change this one to white. Change this color to white. Okay, so I'm going to change this color to white. So you see all of them has changed to white. All right, so I'll publish this one also, and then if I come over here and I refresh it, you see now I have white, which is okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, go to the logo again, I'm going to go to the general over here. Now with the logo you can set the size and all those things that you want. I want to set it to 250. Okay, so that it will be a little bit bigger, and I'll click on publish. All right, so now that I have this one, so everything I'm doing is on the desktop, right? Is on the desktop. So whatever you do, you make sure that you go to tablet and mobile and you apply the same things also over there. Okay, so I want to finish everything, then we come back and do the mobile also side. So now that I have this one done, now I'm going to go back over here, and under the header, okay, the main header over here, when you scroll down, we have transparent header also over here. So that is what we want. We're going to go to transparent header and make sure that you enable the transparent header. So we will be using transparent header. So at the moment you enable the transparent header, everything will change. Okay, so you see now everything changes over here. You don't see anything over here because all of what we are using now is the transparent header. All right, so you can disable transparent header on pages and then re-enable them in the pages settings. Okay, so we can do so. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disable it on pages, and I also disable it on post. Okay, so that they are not going to use, they're not going to have the transparent header on post. So now I have this one. You still come back to the normal, but what I'll do is in the home page, when I'm designing it, I'll change the settings over there so that it will still have the transparent header. Okay, and that is exactly what I want. Now one thing I love about this one also is you can even use a different logo for the transparent header. So you can use a white logo for the transparent header, and if you are using the normal header, you are using maybe a white background, you can use a black logo or a blue logo for it. Okay, so that is what basically it. So even though I've enabled transparent header, I've also disabled it again, but not in the main settings over here, but just disable it over here. Now I'm going to go to publish, and then I'll go back over here. Now I'm going to set the sticky header also. So I'll come over here to sticky header, and then enable sticky header. I'll say yes, just enable the main row, and it's going to be sticky. So you can, enable reveal sticky on scroll, so meaning that when you scroll, then it becomes so sticky. And then you can even shrink the main row, okay, so that when you are scrolling, the main row will shrink, okay, it becomes small. And then also different logo for stack header, so you can use different logo for the sticky header also. Now, do you want to enable on mobile? Yes, of course, I want to enable on mobile also. So with that one also, you can use different logo and all those kind of stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this, and let's go to the sticky header design also. So with the sticky header, you can also change color, site color, and all those kind of stuff. But what we're going to do is we're going to leave it like that, because already we have the blue background, which is what okay for us. So all what we need to do is to go back. Okay, now we're going to go to our footer. So I'm going to go ahead and go to footer over here. Now with the footer, if you look at how the footer looks like, let's scroll down and see how the footer looks like over here. We have darker background over here, and then we have our logo and description over here. We have our ministries, we have useful links, and then we have social media links also over here. And then we have this particular what do you call it, footer. Is a footer whatever it is. I've forgotten how they call it. Let me see. Footer copyright notice. Okay, so yeah, copyright here over here. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the copyright. So I'll go over here, go to its design. I want to change the background. Okay, so I want to change the background, and then I'll go back to bottom row background, click over here, and I'm going to pick this color, and I'll come over here and make it somehow darker. Yes, so something like this. Now one thing about the Elementor, I said Elementor, one thing about the cadence theme is you can even use an image or gradient, okay, depending on how you want it. Okay, so now that I have this one done, now what I'll do is I want to change the color in this one. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and change the content over here, the content color. So as you can see, we can make it even this color, white color, or whatever color that you want it. So let me just make it like this, and then I'm going to go to inherit over here, and I'm going to change this one to 14. Okay, so it's going to be small. And then what again? Now the next one I want to do is the link color. I want to just leave it as it is, but I want to come over here and then give it no underline. I don't want it to be underlined. Okay, and then also I can decide to even make it just this color, and then over here when somebody hover on it, it's supposed to be yellow. So it means that when somebody hover on the link, it's going to be this color, and that is what I want. Now what I want to do is let me just find a space to put this color code inside. So I'm going to look for notepad. So I'm going to just click over here and put what I'm doing, what I've copied already in a notepad. All right, so I'm going to put the color, which is the blue, in the notepad over here, and then I'm going to copy this one also. So I'll click on this one and copy this particular color also. Okay, so this is the footer background. So also, where's the notepad? I'm gonna put it here and say footer bg. Okay, so basically that is it. Now let's go again and see some settings. We can play around with the footer background or the footer. So with the footer, let's scroll down and then the spacing over here. Okay, so you can play around with the column spacing, the top spacing and other stuff. So I'm going to just give it a top spacing of 10 and then bottom spacing of also what 10, so it will be small over here. Now I'm going to go ahead to the middle row over here. So over here also I'll click on this settings icon over here, and then will take me to this place. Now over here I want to divide it into 4, okay, 4 sections or 4 columns, and then with the 4 columns I want it to be this way, 40 20 20 20. All right, so you can't see it, but it has been divided over here. As you can see, it is over here. Okay, so now I want to add something over here. So all what I'll do is I'll first of all let me just click on here and go to design. Okay, go to design, and then I'm going to add the background color. So I'm going to add the background color, and then I'll paste the color over there. Now you're not seeing it because there is nothing in it, but at the moment I put in something. So let me click over here and go to widget 1. Okay, let me put in something over here. Go to the settings of widget 1, and then I'm going to click on this one, which is to add blog, and then I'll say maybe image. I want to add an image, and then I'm going to pick the image from my image media library. All right, so I have only one image over here, so I'm going to select that one. That is the logo, and then I'm going to put select it and add it. All right, so you see at the moment I place the image over here, we have the color and everything showing. So another one also I want to add is some paragraph, so I'll add some paragraph over here, and then with this paragraph I'm just going to copy this particular one over here. I'm going to copy this one, but of course you can add your own church description over there. So this is the paragraph that I added. So as you can see, this one also you cannot really see it, but we can change it. Okay, we can change everything. So what we will do is we're going to go over here, click on the middle row settings over here, and the title colors, the title colors, will change it to white. Okay, and then the title content also we can change it to maybe this content. So as you can see, this is how it looks like, and you can go ahead and then play around it. So instead of 17 you can make it 16. Depends on how you want it. Okay, so depends on how you want it. The same applies to this one also. You can change it, and then you can also go ahead and then play around with the link colors. So with the link colors also you can let me go ahead and change it to this color, and then when somebody hover on it, it's gonna be this one. Okay, so I don't want any underline for my links, so I'm cool with it. So now everything is set. I can publish it. Okay, so we have one thing set over here, then we need to set something over here, something over here, and something over here. And then let's go ahead and set what we have to set over here. So we're going to go to widget 2. With widget 2, what do we want to place in widget 2? We want to place a navigation. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this settings over here, and then I'll click on the plus over here, and then I'll look for navigation. Just type in navigation or nav, and then click on the navigation menu. And as you can see, we can select the menus that we created. Remember, we created some menus that we did not assign anything to, especially our ministries, right? This is our ministries. Okay, so all what we need to do is to type in our ministries. All right, so as you can see, this is our ministries. And then the next one also, we want to use a different widget. So we're going to go to widget 3, and then for widget 3 we also click on the settings icon over there, and then what we are going to do is we're going to click on add block, and then we also search for nav, over here, navigation, click on it, and then we will also select useful links. So over here also we'll say maybe useful links or quick links, depending on how you want it. So this is it. So as you can see, we have useful links over here, and then this one, we are not going to add widget 4 or widget 5. We're going to add social. Okay, so we're going to add social over here, and then we click on the social over here, and we can add lots of socials also to it. So over here we'll say what this is what social media, right? So we're going to say social media. So we say social media. Okay. Oh, what did I write? Social. Yeah, social media. So now we can go ahead and add more to it. So how many social media do we have? This is Facebook, X, and then Instagram. So we can add more to it. We can add YouTube. We can add maybe Telegram. If you have a Telegram, you can add, all the social media things that you have. You can add even WhatsApp. Okay, depending on what you have. Okay, and then you can go ahead and increase spacing, put it on how you want it, and you can set your link over here. Okay, so before we set our links, I'm going to go to design over here and then design it the way I want it. So I will go ahead and then change the colors. Okay, so for the colors, let me see how this one. Okay, so this one is just white and a transparent background. So for the colors, we're going to choose white, and then when they hover, what happens? Okay, so when they hover, they have that kind of yellow color. Okay, so the same thing for the background also. What I'll do is I'm gonna just remove the background over here. So it's gonna be something like this. When you hover, there is also no background, so I'll remove it. So just make sure that you make it an opacity, and then with the border over here, with this one I'll choose white for it, and then hover, I'm going to choose the yellow color also for it, and then you not see it because there is no border over here. So we're going to click on this one and then choose a border for it, and as you can see, this is how the border looks like. Let's set it to 1 to make it like this, and then let's give it a border radius of 50 to make it all round. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. Okay, so let's increase it to 2 and see. Okay, it looks good. Now we can increase our icon size. Okay, so scroll to the top and increase the icon size to, let's say, 4, and this is how it's gonna get about 1.5, and you get something like this. So let's make it 1.6. All right, so now we can publish it. Okay, so you see we've quickly done our footer so easily. Okay, so we've quickly done our footer so easily. All right, so now that it is published, now there's one thing I forgot to add. So let me check this one over here. You see that there's this line over here. Okay, so that's exactly what we want to add. So we want to go over here and then add the line. Now you can add the line from here or from here, depending on where you want to add it, but let's add it from here. Okay, so we click on this one over here, and then we scroll down. Okay, and then you see we have column border, we have border 2 over here. So we want to add the below or the bottom border. Okay, so we're going to click over here and add this border. Now we can set the color for it. So I'm going to just choose this one and choose 1, and as you can see, this is how it looks like. Now of course I can go inside wall and even reduce the opacity to make it more lighter. Okay, so that is it. So It depends on how you want it, and that is how you do it. Now I can go ahead and publish it. All right, so now that I've been able to set up my footer and then my header also. Everything, I think everything is quite okay. Okay, so the only problem I'm having now is, you see my sticky header is showing all white over here. Okay, so I need to fix that. So I need to go back. I need to go back to my header over here. Let me go to header, go back. All right, I'm going to go back to my header over here, and then I need to fix the sticky header side. So I'm going to go over here to sticky header, go to design, and then let me scroll and see if it's showing here. So if it's showing white over here, so I'm going to go ahead and come over here, and then you see this one which says sticky header background. Let me just pick my color from here. So my blue color, I'm going to copy the color code, and then I'm going to paste it over here. So I'll paste it over here. So now you see our sticky header is no more transparent, but you can see there is color over there, and that is exactly how we want it. So now that we have if we've done with our header and footer, we can go back and then start designing all the pages the way we want it. All right, guys, so I'm back to my WordPress dashboard over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to start designing the pages the way I want it. So I'm going to start from the home page, and let's go ahead and see how the home page of the website that we want to design looks like. And then let me click on home over here. Go ahead and click on home over here and see how the home page looks like. Okay, so this is how the home page looks like over here. So as you can see, this is the home page. So we're gonna go ahead and design it the way we want. So I'm gonna go back over here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to pages over here and click on pages, all pages. So I'm going to click on all pages. Remember, we've created our pages already. So what we are going to do is just to create the pages one after the other, and that is exactly what we will do. So I'm going to start with the home page over here. This is the home page. I'm going to click on edit. Okay, so now that we have edit over here, what we are going to do is we will go ahead and do some few settings before we click on this particular blue button over here which says edit with Elementor. Remember, we're going to use Elementor, which is a website builder, a page builder, to design all our pages without writing any single line of coding, and that is exactly what we want to do. So we'll click on this button over here, which is the page settings button. Remember, we want to have a transparent header, right? And you see this one which says transparent header over here. We want to enable it. Okay, so make sure that you enable it for this particular page and click on save over here. Okay, now when you enable it and you click on save, it makes this page, only this page, transparent. Now let's go to the front end. Now this is our page over here, but our home page over here, but let's refresh it and see. You realize that the home page is now a transparent, having a transparent header. Okay, as you can see, you can't see even what we have over, but let's go to the about page and see what the about page has. See, the about page is not having a transparent header, but the home page alone is having a transparent header. This shows that if you enable transparent header globally, that is where we did it firstly, you can still do it page by page. Okay, and that is exactly what we want to do. So we want some of the pages to have transparent headers, some of the pages we don't need them to have transparent headers, and that is why I love this particular theme a lot, because you can be able to do anything that you want to do with it without writing any single line of code. So now that we've set up our transparent header for this page, all what we need to do, I'm going to close this one. Okay, so all what we need to do is to click on this edit with Elementor. Of course, you can bring the the panel over here by clicking on this particular icon, and as you can see, that is it over here. So what we're going to do is to click on this edit with Elementor button to try or to edit and design this page with Elementor. All right, guys, so now that our Elementor page is open, now we're going to go ahead and close this notification over here, And this is how Elementor looks like. For those of you who are new over here and who doesn't know what Elementor Page Builder is, it is a drag and drop page builder which you can use to design any website without writing any single line of code. Okay, so if you follow my tutorials, and then you go through almost all my tutorials, you see that I love Elementor that much. I use Elementor to do almost everything that I do. Almost every website that I create, I use Elementor to create it, because it makes it easy for you to be able to go ahead and create it. You just drag things over here and then design it the way you want it. Okay, that is Elementor. Now what we're going to do is we're going to design this particular page over here. Okay, this is how the page looks like, and we're going to design it the way it looks like, just like this over here. So first of all, we're going to break it into sections. Now we have the hero section over here, and then after the hero section we have this particular section also over here, and then the next section is the about section, and then when you scroll down we have the sermon section, and then we have the event section over here, and then we have the call to action section over here. So it is very simple. We have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sections, okay, that we want to create. Okay, and we're going to create it using Elementor. So what we're going to do is first of all we will drag in a container. Okay, so you can drag in a container layout over here. So let's drag it into this place over here. Okay, so I've dragged in the container over here, and as you can see, this is the container. Okay, but because we are having a transparent header, sometimes you will not see you not see where the container is, but it is over here. Okay, and what we're going to do is we want to give it a minimum height. We can give it a minimum height. So let me give it a minimum height of, let's say, 700. A minimum height of 700. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, right? This is the minimum height. And then what I'm going to do is, now of course we will have to use something from the Royal Elementor add-on over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring in another element inside this particular one. Okay, so what we will look for is maybe a slider. Okay, so as you can see, we have this sliders over here, and we're going to use the advanced slider. Okay, so we will drag in the advanced slider inside this particular container. So drag it in, and you're going to have something like this, right? So you see, this is the slider that we have. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that we don't have any space inside the container. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and look for the container, because of how this one is transparent. I cannot even touch where I have to touch, but I will go ahead and click on the structure. This structure lets you see everything that you are doing. So you can even rename this one to maybe hero or something. Okay, so let's say hero. Okay, hero, and then it makes you know that this is the hero container. Okay, so over here, if I click on this one, the edit panel over here opens for me, the edit container panel, and I can go into this one over here, and I will just remove all the padding and make it a 0. So as you can see that there is no spaces at the back over here, but if I clean it, you see that there's still space over here. Okay, so I'm going to just give it a 0 padding over here, and now I don't have any space over there. Now I have to go inside my slider over here and then deal with the settings of the slider. Now if you look at this particular slider over here, we have just 2 slides. Okay, so this is the first one and this is the second one, and that is it. So we're going to go over here and do same for it. We have 2 slides, so I'm going to delete this one. Okay, and secondly, I'm even going to delete this particular one also, so that when I finish with this one, I'll just duplicate this one. Okay, that's exactly what I want to do. So I'm going to close this one first of all, and then I'm going to come over here, and then you see we have the content type. We have custom, and then we have Elementor Pro. So for those of you who are using Elementor Pro, you can be able to choose your Elementor Pro content over here. And then even with the content itself, we have the background, and then we have the content. Okay, so there is a background which you set a background image for it, and then there is also a content, which you also set a content for it, and that is exactly what we want to do over here. So first of all, we have to make sure that we set a background for it. So how do we set the background for it? So just choose an image. So I'm going to click over here and choose an image. Now I don't have any images over here, so I'm going to just come over here, and then what I'm going to do is all the images that I have on this particular folder, I'm going to bring them all over here so that I wouldn't be able to be going back and forth, back and forth. So I'll drag them all in this particular place and then upload them over here. Okay, so as you can see, it has been uploaded. So I'm going to wait for it to upload, then we continue. All right, so now I have uploaded the images over here, and I'm going to use these images to be able to create what I want to create. So the first image that I want to use is this particular man over here. I'm going to just click on it, and as you can see, we have this one just like we have it over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just straighten everything that I want to do. So the first one is what welcome to, the second one is Christ in worship, and then we have this this how do you call it, this text or description over here, which describes the heading above. So we want to go ahead, and now that we have our title over here, I think everything is normal. So now that we have our background, what we want to do is we want to go to content. So click on content over here, and with the content you're going to see everything. So the title over here, the subtitle over here, and then the description also over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the title, which is welcome. So I'm going to say welcome to, okay, and the subtitle I will use the next one, which is Christ in worship. Welcome to Christ in worship. Okay, and then this is the description. So this is the description that we're going to use. So enter any description that you want to use over here. Okay, so I'm going to leave this one as it is over here, and then we have our primary button. So what is the primary button? We have the about us and donate us. Okay, so the first one is what? About us, and then the second one is donate. Okay, so let me take a look at how this one is. So okay, so they are all in capitals. Okay, so sorry, you can go ahead and just make it caps. Okay, and then we put the links over here. So we're gonna go ahead and copy the about us link, and then we come and put it over there, and we copy the donation link, and then we also put it over there. Okay, so what we will do is yeah, so this is the link over here. I'm going to copy this one, come over here and put it over here. Okay, we can even just type in give over here to see if you will find the link. So as you can see, this is the page over here. So meaning that we are directing this particular link to this particular button to the page. Okay, so when somebody clicks over here, it's going to take the person to that particular page. Okay, so now that we have this one set up, now the next thing we have to do is to go to the style to style the whole thing. Okay, so we're going to go over here to the style, and what we're going to do is the horizontal position, we want to position it this way. Okay, and we want to align it this way. So just like we have it over here, right? So just this way. So we align everything at the left, and even if you want to position it, you can also do it this way. So it depends on how you want to do it. Okay, but I'm going to align everything over here, and you can even increase the width if you want to. Okay, you can even check the padding and all those things, right? So it depends on how you want to do it. Okay, so that is it. Now let's go to the title over here. So with the title over here, you can increase it or decrease it depending on how you want it. So over here, the title color, I'm going to leave it the same, and then I'm going to choose typography that I want to use. So the typography that I want to use is the Barlow for the title. So I'm going to use this one, the Barlow over here, and I'll make it 35. Okay, so just like this one, and then you can give a padding and all those things if you want to. So if I remove is 5 10 5 10. Okay, so if I remove this padding over here, I can just give it a left padding of, let's say, 40. Okay, which will shift it a little bit. So I want it to be able to shift so that it wouldn't be near this particular one. Okay, so I want it to shift to this particular side, which is okay for me. So I think this one is quite okay. Now I'll come to the subtitle also. So with the subtitle also, I'm going to go ahead and change the typography. This time around, we're going to use Barlow Condense instead of the Barlow. So we'll still type in Barlow, and this time around, we use the Barlow Condensed over here. And then we're going to go ahead and then change it to 95. Okay, 95 over here. And the weight, we'll make it 900, or let's make it 800. Okay, 800. So 800 is quite okay. So this is what this is it. And then I also remove this one, and what I'll do is I'll just give this one as 40, just like the way this one is. And basically that is it. Then we go to the description also over here. Now I know there is a space over here. We'll fix it, don't worry. I'll go to the description over here, and then we'll come over here, and then with the description also, we want to change the typography to the Barlow. We want to change the typography to the Barlow. So I'm going to just go ahead and search for the Barlow, use this one, and then the description also, we're going to give it an 18, and then it's going to be the 400 normal, right? Okay, and then this one also, we're going to unlink this one and make it 40. Okay, so it's going to follow along just like this one. Okay, so basically I think we are good. Now we do same for the buttons also. So let's see if, okay, so let me just go ahead and fix the spaces over here first. I'm going to go ahead and come over here, and why is it that there's space at the bottom, right? So let me unlink the padding over here, and then let me go to the subtitle first. Okay, so why is it that there's space at the bottom? Let me just remove the space at the top. So this is the space at the top, and unlink this one, and then I'll just give it a negative padding and see, so it goes to the top over here. But I don't want a negative pattern for this one. I want this one to come down. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the title over here, or let me go to the slider over here and see if, oh, okay, so first of all, let me unlink this one first, and then with the left over here, let me just make it 0 and see. I want to see something. Okay, so this is how it behaves, right? I want to make it 90. Okay, so then I'll make it 60. I'll make it 50. Okay, 60. So 60 is quite okay. And then let's see the right hand side. Let's make it 20. Okay, so 60 and 20. Okay, we can even make here 70. Okay, so this one is quite okay. Now we can go ahead and then change this one to the 1010 that it was. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and change this one to the 1010, since we can do it from where we are. Okay, let's go over here, change this one also to the 1010. Okay, so that all of them is going to be in the same straight direction, right? So let's go over here and make it an 80. All right, so this is quite okay, but we will have to stretch this one. So this one is up to over here and it's not fitting what we want. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over here and make it 850. So let's see how the 850 does. Let's make it 950. Okay, so this is the width. Okay, so this is the width. So I'm going to make it just the 750. Okay, which is going to be quite okay. Now I want to fix the spaces in between here, and then also the why it is pushing upwards, right? So first of all, let me go over here and then go to settings over here, and then the height. Okay, so the height over here, I want to change it to 700. Okay, so now we have kind of 700 thing over here. So let me just change it to 600 and see. So this is how the height becomes, right? So 600. Now I'm going to go to the main page itself. I'm going to go to the main page itself and then go to the hero over here. So the main section, and go to the hero over here. And this time around, I'm going to see if, let me unlink this one. Oh, okay. So let me go to it advanced here and go to the advanced settings over here. Let me go to advanced, and I'm going to unlink this one and give it a top padding of 50. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, meaning that there's not going to be space over there. So there's going to be a white space over there. So it is not a good thing. So I'm just going to let it be. So then let's try and fix it over here. I want to check why it is behaving this way. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and then set the hero section the way we want it. So let me just click over here. Now you see that this is how the hero section looks like. Okay, so it's not what we really want. So I'm going to go ahead and then set it the way we want it. So I'm going to go to the container, hero container over here, and I'm going to go to layout over here, and I'll change this one from content width from box. I'm going to make it full width over here. Make sure it is 100% over here, and as you see, it's gonna be full width like this. Okay, but there's still space over here. There's still space over here, and that is what we need to set it up, or that is what we need to make sure that we fix it. So what I'll do is I want to close these gaps over here also. So I'm going to go to the advanced slider itself here, and then I'm going to go to the settings over here. Okay, and I'll change this one from the height from 600 to 700. Okay, something like this, so that it matches with what we set on the height over here. Okay, 700. And then I want to close the gaps between this one. So what I'll do is I'll go to the advanced the style over here, go to the style over here, and with the gap, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this place, which is the title, and I'm going to remove the bottom over here. Okay, so that there will be no bottom padding over here. Okay, and if you like, you can also remove all the paddings over there, so that you wouldn't get any paddings over there, but just the bottom padding. I'll go to the subtitle also. What I'll do also is make sure that this place is 0 and the bottom also is 0, and then make sure that this one is also 0 over here, so that it's going to be something like this. It's still not what we want, but at least we are getting there. So over here we can even give it a negative padding of, let's say 20. So you see that it pushes up a little bit. Okay, so we're going to do same for the description also over here. So we go to the description over here, and then we do same. So we also remove description have a bottom padding of 30, which we're not going to bottom margin of 30, which we're not going to remove, but we're going to remove this one. Okay, and then we're going to unlink this one, and then we can even give it a top margin of -10, so that it's going to go up a little bit. So we're going to have something like this, right, which is quite okay. But let's let's make it big and see. So we're going to have something like this, which is what, quite okay, but we still have space at the top. So what we can do is to push everything at the top. Okay, so we have to push all the things that we are doing, we have to push it at the top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the slider content over here, and then or let me go to the advanced over here. Okay, let me go to advanced over here, and then I'm going to unlink this margin over here and see if I can push this one and give it a negative of 20. So let's see. Now we don't have any issues at the top again, and everything is what is now sorted out the way we want. We can still even give a space, a little bit of space over here if we want. Okay, so we can go ahead and then try and then give a space over here. So what I'll do is I'll go to style over here, and then slider content over here. So the space at the top and bottom is 80, and the left over here I can give it, let's say 90. So as you can see, it shifts a little bit. So this is quite okay. So I'm going to just before I publish, what I'll do is I'll go to content over here, and I'm going to duplicate this and make it 2. Okay, so that it's going to be 2 different sliders. I'll click over here and then change this one. So let's look at what is over here, so on the second slider, so that we know what to do with it. Okay, so I'm going to click over here, and on the second slider we have discover your place in God's family. Okay, so before I even go ahead to duplicate this one, I will delete it and come back again. I'm going to go to the background, and then look at the background overlay over here, and then I will increase the opacity a little bit. Okay, so this blue, I'm going to increase it a little bit, depends on how you want it. So I'll increase it a little bit to like this one. Okay, which is quite okay. It showcases what we want. Well, then I can come over here and duplicate the whole welcome to, so that we have 2 different slides. Then I'll change this one to the guy reading the Bible. Let's see if we'll have that guy over there. Okay, so to this guy, let's see. Yeah, to this guy over here. So we're gonna just add him over here, and then we go to, yeah, so everything is quite okay. We go to the content over here, and then it says, well, discover your place in God's family. So we just change this one to discover your, okay, and then over here we say place in God's what? In God's family. So discover your place in God's family. Okay, and then you can put in the description that you want to put in over here. Okay, so basically that is it. Now that we have our 2 slides already set up, now over here also we have to change if it is different button, then we have to change it, but it's the same button, so we don't need to change anything. But we need to fix our buttons also. So we have to go to the style over here, scroll down, and locate where you see primary button and secondary button. So let's look at how the primary button looks like. I have this background over here and this one over here. So we're going to go over here and look at the primary button, which is the About Us over here. Now we can go ahead and then choose a classic background for it, and then we can click over here to choose a color that we want to use. So we want to use the color. Of course, you can click on the global icon over here and then choose the color from your global icons over here. Now border color, I'll click over here and then I'm going to use the same global color also. Okay, so it makes it unique and okay. And then with the typography, I'm going to go over here and change the typography to the one that we are using, which is the Barlow. So I'm going to click over here and change the typography to Barlow. Choose this one and then come over here, and then we can set the size of the typography to the size that we want. So I'm going to choose 18. So 18 is if it is too small for you, you can increase it to any size that you want. And then the weight, the transform, the all those kind of stuff, you can change it. So let's see transform over here, and we're going to go ahead and change it to uppercase. So it's going to be this About Us. Okay, so the T did not come. I'll change it, don't worry. Now border radius, instead of 2, I'm going to make it 50. So it's going to be something like this. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. Now I'm going to go back over here to content, and then I'm going to fix the about, which did not come. Okay, so the welcome to over here, I'm going to scroll down and locate let's go to content. Okay, so content, and then scroll down and locate about. So this is what is about. The T did not come. All right, so now we're going to fix the donate one also. So with the donate, this one also, let's fix it first before we go to the donate. So let's add the T to it. Okay, so we're going to fix the donate one. So let's go to style over here, and then with the donate one, it's going to be a little bit easier because we've done this one. So that is a secondary button over here. So we click on secondary button, and then this one, all what we need to do is to change this one to 50, and then we come here and change the typography settings. So let's click on typography over here, change it to the Barlow, which I know it has picked it already, and change this one to 18 also. And then the transform, make sure that you have it on uppercase. Okay, so now we have this one done. Now we can go ahead and publish. All right, so now if we go to the front end over here and refresh the website, this is what we are going to see. Okay guys, so you see how much time it has taken us for us to even create this hero section. Yeah, so that is how much time it will take you to be able to create the whole website. Okay, so make sure that you play around it and then make it work for you. Okay, because after creating it this way, you have to also make sure that it works in mobile form also. All right, so definitely this is how it looks like, and we have our hero section done for us. So we're going to go to the next section. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to remove this pagination over here. Okay, so I'll go to content over here, and I'll go to the settings of the content, and I'm going to turn the pagination off. So I'm going to go over here to settings, and then I'll scroll down to where it says pagination. Where is it? This particular one, and I'm going to turn it off. Okay, so now as you can see, we don't have any pagination over here, and I'm good to go. Okay, so basically that is it. So you can choose any slide effect or anything that effect or anything that you want for the infinite loop and all those things. But the autoplay is in the pro version, so you're not going to have the autoplay, but you can publish it, and we can go ahead and continue creating our second section. So this is our second section over here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 columns over here, and then within this column there are 1, 2, 3. Within this column also we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So this is what we are going to create. I'm going to show you how easily you can be able to create this particular ones also over here. All right guys, so before we go ahead to design the next section, I want us to fix this thing. So you see that this one, there is a space over here, right? So let's fix it. Let's go over here to the style over here, and then let's go to the subtitle, and then over here to typography. Let's go ahead and then try to fix the line height over here. So let's fix it. Let's this is 95, so let's make it like 100 pixels over here, and it's gonna be just like that. So even 100 pixels is quite too small, so I'm going to change this one to EM over here, so I can be able to manipulate it the way I want it. So I'm going to go ahead and just say 1 or maybe 2. Okay, so 2. Let me go to the next one. So this is 2 over here. So I'm going to go to the typography over here, and then I'll say 1. Okay, so this is how 1 looks like. So 1.2, and 1.2 looks like this. So I'm going to say maybe 1.3 or maybe 1.4. Let's say 1.5. Yeah, so this is quite okay. So let me check it over here. It still looks like this one still have a space over here. So I'm going to go back over here, and let me come over here. I'm going to go back over here and still come over here to reduce it. So I'm going to reduce it like this. Okay, so this one is quite okay. So what I'll do is instead of the top over here, so I'm going to remove this one. So it's going to be something like this, and then I'll check the description also, and then come over here and then remove this over here. Okay, so over here we can even give it a top of maybe 5, so that it fits in perfectly the way we want it. So I think this is quite okay, so we can just go ahead and publish it. Okay, so now we can go ahead. Let's take a look at the other side also and see if this is also quite okay. Okay, so now we can go ahead and then even with this one I can even give it like a 10 or so. Let's see. Yeah, so this is also yeah, so this is quite okay. This looks good. Yeah, so now we can go ahead and then check on the next section. So like we said, the next section looks like this. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4 columns. So we're gonna pick a container over here. We're gonna pick the flexbox container, and then we're gonna pick this 4-column container also over here. Okay, so now that we have this one, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the container advanced, and then unlink the padding and give it 80 at the top, 80 at the bottom. Okay, so inside this container we're going to put different things over there. So inside this container we'll put 1, 2, 3 different containers inside. Okay, so we're gonna do same for it. So inside this container, I'm gonna put 3 different containers inside. So I'll put 1, I'll duplicate it and make it 2, and then I'll duplicate it and make it 3. All right, so we have 3 different containers over here. Now inside here, we can put our box over there. So we're going to put our image box. We can put our image box over here, and as you can see, we're going to have something like this. Now the first image is this one, so I'm going to go over here, copy select the image over here, and then look for this image, put it in this one, and then the title says what, our story. So I'm gonna just come over here and then put the title, which says our story, over here. I'm gonna leave this one as it is. You can put in your own words over there. I'm gonna position the image over here. Okay, so let me just put it over here and position everything over here, and the image spacing is okay, but I'm gonna go to image over here and give it 100% over here, and the border radius, I'm gonna make it 14. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this. And then the content also, let's see how it looks like over here. So it's black or black. Okay, so over here we're gonna choose the typography that we want to use, and which is going to be the Barlow. Okay, so we're using the Barlow typography, so we're going to use this one, and then we're going to set it to maybe 20, or yeah, 20 is quite okay. If you don't like it, you can, you know, give it a different typo. Okay, so a different size, so maybe 22, which will be quite okay for you. And then over here we can change the color to a different color. So I'm gonna just change it to a different darker color. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this, which is quite okay. We can go ahead and then, you know, change this typo also. So I'm gonna change it from Roberto to Barlow. I'm gonna select this one, and then what I'll do is I'll just increase the size, the color a little bit. I'll make it darker a little bit. Over here I'll make it is an 18 or 17, depending on how you want it. Okay, so this is quite okay. Let's look at how the next one, this one is read more. So I'm gonna go over here and then add a button underneath. So I'll click on the plus over here and then scroll through to look for a button. So I'm gonna just add a button over here. So it's gonna have something like this. I want an icon, so I'll choose an icon over here, and then I'll add you know, an arrow icon or an angle icon. So I'm gonna add this angle icon over here. Okay, and I want it to be somewhere here. Okay, now what I'll do is what does this one says? It says what? Read more. Okay, so I'm gonna just say read more. Okay, so we want to remove the background of this button. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to style, change the color and everything. So over here what we do is the padding, we're going to give it 0. It's going to be something like this. We will say that border radius is also 0. Okay, so and then this particular one over here, we'll just make it transparent. Okay, make it transparent. Now you can see the words also, just because we have to set a color for it. So we're going to use this deeper color over here, and as you can see, we have this one. Now we can go ahead and set our typography for it. So I'm going to go ahead and set the font family. So first of all, I'm going to choose the Barlow over here. So the Barlow over here, Barlow, and then I'll choose maybe 16 for it, or you can even choose the Barlow condense if the Barlow is not okay for you. So you can choose the Barlow condense, which is a little bit bolder. Okay, so that one, yeah, that one is a little bit bolder, but it depends on what you want. Okay, so I still want the Barlow condense, which is what I use in the other template over there. So I'm going to choose the Barlow over here and change this one to maybe this, so make it a little bit bigger, and I'm going to reduce this one to 15, sorry. So basically it's going to be something you know, something like this. Okay, so let's take a look at how it looks like. So it looks like something like this, and I think we can change it to the Barlow condense. It depends on how you want it. Okay, it depends on the font that you are also using. So let me just choose this one, yeah, and then choose 16 for it. Okay, so that is basically it, and I want to reduce the size over here a little bit. So I'm going to go to the full container itself and then scroll down, and instead of 20 I'll make it like a 5. Yeah, so this is quite okay. I think this is good for all the 3 containers. So what I'll do is I'll just duplicate this one, and then I'll delete one. So if I duplicate one, I'll delete one, duplicate the third, make you know, and then I'll also delete this one. Okay, so now we have 1 2 3. So all what we need to do is to change the details over here. So this one is this guy, this one is this, and then we are good to go. So let's look at where the guy is. This guy over here, and then what does it say? It says our ministries. Okay, so we're gonna put our ministries over here, and then this one says our outreach, right? I'm gonna come over here, change this one to our outreach. Now this one, this one says learn more. This one says learn more, and this one also says what? It says join our outreach. So we're gonna join. So it says join our outreach. Okay, so now we have this one done. The only thing we have to change is this particular one, which is the outreach photo. So let's go ahead and then change it. So it is this particular one over here. We're going to select it over here, and we are good to go. So now we have this session almost done. We come over here, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the layout over here, and then we set this one to 1200. So increase this one a little bit. So we're going to have, yeah, something like this. When the 1200 is too small, let me see. Okay, so let's go ahead and make it 1280. Okay, now the next one that we want to do is to design this particular section over here. Okay, so if you go over here, you see that this section is an icon. It's also the same thing that we used over here. That is what we are going to use over here, but you can use an icon box, but we're going to use an image box because we have the images over there. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to click over here, and then still bring an image box. So let me just search for the image box. I'm going to bring this image box over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and I'm going to copy this one which says give give to the church. Okay, so this is give, so over here is going to be give to the church, and then donate to help a cause. Okay, so I'll copy this one and use it over here. Okay, so donate to help a cause, give to a church. I'm going to go to this place, and what I'll do is I'll locate the icon that we use, which is this particular drop over here, this one, and I'm going to go over here, and then I'll set this one to something like this, and then what I'll do is I'll click on this particular container over here, and I'll go to a style. Okay, I'll go to a style, and then I want to change the style of the container. I want to give it a background. So let's look at the color over here. So we have our background color, which we're going to use this particular one over here. So what we can do is we can just lighten it a little bit. Okay, so we're going to use this one, and then what we will do is we go to border over here, and then give it a border radius of, let's say, 14 over here. So now what we can do is we click on this particular one, and we can just put it in the middle over here, or put it at the top, anyhow you want it. Let's look at how this one is. So first of all, let's go to the content, and then style the content first, so that my eyes is doing me some way. So I'm just going to go over here and then just change, style the content, so I know that this is the style that we are using. So I'm going to go over here and give it a little bit of a color. Okay, so white. The typography for the title, still going to use what we use, the Barlow. So I'm going to just change this one to the Barlow, and then I'll make it 20. Okay, so this is 20. If you like, you can make it anyhow you want it. So let's say 18. Okay, so it depends on how you want to make it. So let me just give it the Barlow condense, because that one is a little bit, even though it is bold, it is still it's small, it's condensed. So the Barlow condense is quite okay, and I'm going to give it like a 20. Okay, so 20 is quite okay. And then this particular one also, I'm just going to give it the Barlow, this one, and then I'll give it like 16. Okay, so 16 or 17 is quite okay. All right, so now all what we need to do is to go to the image over here, and then we can increase the image to, let's say, 40. Okay, or you can even make it 50, depending on how big you want it to be, but I think 40 is quite okay. And yeah, 40 is quite okay. And then we can go to the box and position it in the middle like this. All right, so what we can also do is over here we can give it an all-round padding for this one. So we can give it a padding of, let's say, 15 all round. Okay, something like this. Let's see. So it's going to be something like this. So there's too much space at the top, so I'm just going to just remove this one and then see what happened. Okay, so let me look at this particular one. This one is placed in it the way it's supposed to be. Okay, so I don't know why there's space over here, but let's just fix it. So just going to remove this one over here, and then let me see the space. So there's still space at the top. So what we're going to do is gonna give a bottom space of 20, here 20, here 20, and let's see how it behaves. All right, so now it is behaving perfectly well the way we want it. So now all what we need to do is to also duplicate this one. So I'm going to duplicate this one 3 good times and then change the color and the details and all those things. So I'll change it, I'll duplicate it twice, sorry, not 3. I'll duplicate it twice, and then I'm going to delete this empty containers over here. Okay, so this particular one we're going to use what color? Is it a purple or pink? I don't know. So just use a color you feel it's okay for you and you're good to go. So this one we can use maybe reddish, a little bit reddish purple, and then this one we use blue. So we go to style over here and change the background to blue. Okay, so now we have this one over here. So all what we do is to change, we have to change what is inside. So this one is the church, this one is the hand or the prayer. So we're gonna go over here and change it. So this one is the church, and the church says what? Get involved. Okay, it says get involved. So we're gonna put it over here, and then it says be involved, get involved. All right, so be involved, get involved. And then this one also is the prayer or the hand that prays. So with this one also we're gonna go over here, then we're gonna pick this hand over here, the folded hands, and then we'll say prayer request. So let's pray together. So I'm gonna copy this one and then say let's pray together. So we have this one also over here, and let's see how all of them plays along. So basically everything is working perfectly. And this is how it looks like. Okay, this is how it looks like. Of course you can go ahead and then add some some things to it. So for instance we can add something to it. So over here you see that there is no space over here, so we can go ahead and add a little bit of space, like maybe 10. Okay, we can add a little bit of space for advanced over here. We can add maybe 10. We can add 10 over here. We can also go ahead and add 10 pixels also over here. So let me just publish it and go to the front end to see how it looks like. All right, so let's scroll down and see how it looks like, and it looks like this. It looks perfect, but we need to give a space over here. Okay, so the space that we removed, we need to bring it back. So I'm going to give the space over there 20 pixel, 20 pixel. around 20 pixel is quite okay. So 20, and then this one also 20. Okay, then I'm going to publish it. Okay, so now if I refresh it, oh, this is not it, this is the already designed one. So let's just refresh this one. Okay, so this one looks okay, this one looks good. So now we have this one done. So we have this section also done. So our next section that we're going to focus on is this one. Okay, so this particular section over here, that is exactly what we're going to focus on. So this is also a simple section, 2-column section. We can quickly design it. So all what you need to do is to click on this one, just click on this one, take 2-column over here. Okay, just take 2-column over here. Now the 2-column for this one is more or less like a big container. Inside it we have 2 different containers, and that is the 2-column container. So I'm going to go to advanced over here, and then what I'll do is I'll link the padding over here, give it 80, and then also 80 at the bottom, 80 at the top, 80 at the bottom. And then I'll go to the style over here, give it a background type, and I'm going to give it a color which is our blue color. So let me go over here, and then let me pick our blue color. Where is the blue color? Yeah, this particular color over here. I'm gonna pick this one and place it over here. Okay, so we're gonna have this blue color, and inside this blue this particular container, I'll drag in you know, how do you call it, an image widget inside it. I don't know why I keep forgetting these things. An image widget, and then inside the image widget I'm going to just position this church over there. So it's going to have this church inside it, and what we're going to do is we're going to click over here. Okay, so let's click over here, and then we're going to position everything center, right? So I'm going to go over here, and then this place I'm going to make it 1280, and give it a position center, give it align also center. So it's going to be something like this, right? Now over here we want to, so even with the gaps over here, we want to give a gap of 40. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. Now over here we want to add what this particular one over here. So I'm going to just copy this one, come over here. Before we add anything over here, let's go back to the image over here, and then we want to just go to edge style and then give it a rounded corner. Okay, so give it a border radius of 14. Okay, something like this. So now over here we can click on this plus icon over here, and then drag in a heading widget over here, drag in a heading widget over here, and then put in what we want to put in. So discover your place in God's family. So this is it, and then we copy this one. Okay, just copy this one, come over here, and then drag in a text widget. So I'm going to go ahead and then add an element, and the widget I'm going to add is the text editor widget. Okay, so that is basically this one. All right, and then I'm going to paste in what I copied also over here. Now what I'll do is it will be left with this heading over here, and then these two things, and then a button. So I'm just going to go ahead and then focus on this one also. I'm going to come over here, add, I'm doing this basically before I style everything, okay, so that it wouldn't be, so I'm just adding the content. So weekly gatherings, this one is a button, this one is an icon box or icon list. So I'm going to go over here and then add icon, and then I'll see this one over here, which is what I want to add. So I want to add an icon list. I want to add it underneath this one, so don't make it deceive you. Okay, just underneath this one. Sometimes I don't know why they keep playing this game. So let me just drag it again and just add it underneath this particular one. Hey, stop fooling. I'll just add it over here, and as you can see, it has been added over here. So I just need two lists over here, and the next one is a button. Okay, so with the button also, I'll just drag in a button underneath this particular one. Okay, so this is exactly what I want. Now what does the button say? The button says join us this Sunday. So I'm going to start with the button, and then we say join us this Sunday. Okay, of course you can link it to your contact page. You can link it to your contact page so that they will see your contact details and then be able to connect with you guys on Sunday. And then what again? And then we change the color. So I'm going to go over here to its style, and then we change the accent color to what our color says, and we can change this one to white also. Okay, and then if you like, you can go ahead and then set different radius and different things for your button. So what I want to do is to change the typography from Roboto to Barlow. Okay, so I'm going to select this one and then change this one to 20 or maybe an 18. Okay, so this is quite okay. And then over here, what I'll do is I'll change the list over here. So if you look at the list over here, we have Sunday service over here, and then the prayer. So we're gonna go over here and change this one to this, and then let me see, this is what calendar. So I'm gonna change this one to calendar, so I can use any of the calendars over here. So let me use this one, and then over here also we have prayer time. Okay, so I'm going to copy this one and put it over here, and then change this one to hand. Let me see, hand, yeah, praying hand. So this is it. I'm going to choose this one and come to its style over here, and then with the icon over here, I'll change it to this color. I'll increase the size a little bit to, like, let's say 24, double the size. Let me go to the list. I'll create a space between it, so like this. Now go to the text over here, and I'll change the text color to a lighter background, lighter colors like white is okay. I'll change the typography also to a different typography, so like I'm going to change it to the Barlow. Okay, and then I'll set this one over here to 18. You can set it to 18 or 17 depending on how you want it. So this is quite okay for me. I'll come to the heading over here, that is the weekly gathering. I'm going to change this one also to anything that I want, but I'll make sure that this one is, oh sorry, I have the arrow over here. I'm going to use this one, so, and then change this one to, let's say, 25 or 35. Yeah, and then go to style over here and then make it italics. So it's going to be something like this. I'm going to come over here and make it white. Okay, now I'm gonna do same for here. Go to Install, change the typography, change it, and then change it to Barlow. So Barlow is our font that we are using throughout the website. Okay, so note it. So Barlow, and I'm gonna make it like an 18. All right, so an 18 is okay. And then over here we're going to change the text color to white. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this particular design over here and then paste style. I know it's not the right thing that I want to do, but let me come over here and then use this one, which is, I'm gonna go over here, go to a style, and then what I'll do is I'm gonna go over here, and then instead of the Barlow, I'm gonna make it Barlow condensed. So Barlow condensed, and then instead of the 35, I'm gonna make it 55, and then instead of the italics, I'm gonna make it default. So it's gonna be something like this. All right, now I'll click over here, and then what I'll do is let me see. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm gonna click over here. See, there's space at the top and there's space at the bottom. I want to reduce that space. Okay, so I want to go over here and then go to margin, unlink the margin over here, and then give it a negative margin of, let's say, 10. Okay, the same thing for the bottom, negative margin of 10, so it's reduced a little bit. So this is quite okay, so I like it this way and it's fine. So I'm going to just publish it. So now we have our third session also done successfully. So the next section or the next two sections is our sermons, and then our upcoming event, and then we have our call to action at the bottom over here. Then we are done with our home page. So let's jump into it and then start designing our event. Is it event or our sermon section? Yeah, our sermon section. So let's go ahead and then start designing our sermon section. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and create our next section, which is the sermons section. So we're gonna go ahead and create this section over here, which is called the sermon section. So I'm gonna copy this one, and this is what we're gonna do over here. Now if you look at this particular section over here, this is post. Okay, so these are all posts. Okay, so the sermons are created in post. So we're just going to create this one, and then we'll bring the post inside this one using a widget. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to just bring a Flexbox container over here. So I'm going to use this container. Okay, and then I'll put two different containers in this one. So I'll put one and duplicate it to make it two. So I'm going to just duplicate this one. All right, so over here is where we are going to put our post widget in, and over here is where we're going to just use our titles and underline it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this particular one and make sure that everything is set to center. Okay, so and then I'm going to go to advanced over here, and I'll unlink the padding over here and give it 80 at the top and 80 at the bottom. Now with this particular widget, I'll just click inside the plus, and I'll bring in a heading widget inside, and I'll just paste our sermon inside it. I'll go over here and then position this one in the middle over here. So I'm just going to do some few changes. Make sure that we have our font family set up properly. So we're going to use the Barlow condense. So we're going to select this one over here and make this one 55. Okay, so it's going to be this one, change this one to black. So I'm going to change it to black, so it's going to be like this. Let's see how it looks like over here. All right, so it's black over here, and then let's go over here and change this one to maybe 800 extra bold to be something like this. And what we're going to do next is to bring a line beneath this one. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this particular one, and then reduce the width. So let's say I'll reduce the width to 50%. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, and I can go ahead and position it in the middle. So I'm going to go ahead and click on layout over here, and then position everything in the middle. So it's going to be in the middle like this. Now I can bring my my line under this particular sermon. So I'm going to go over here and click on add element over here, and divider is what we're going to use. So I'm going to drag in divider beneath this particular sermon over here. So this is the divider. Now what we're going to do is we're going to reduce the width of the divider. Okay, so reduce the width of the divider to maybe exactly the same as this one, or just longer than the words a little bit. So let's say we're going to reduce it to, let's say, 60% or maybe 50%. Okay, and then we position it in the middle just like this, and then we're going to go to style over here, and we change this one to this color, and we increase the width to 15. So we increase the width to 15, so it's going to be something like this, right? And then we will reduce the gap over here. Now let's go to advanced, unlink unlink the margin of the this particular divider, and give it a negative margin of, let's say, 40. Okay, know where it's going to be. Okay, so this is what this 40, and this is it, but it is on top of it. Okay, on top of this one. So what we're going to do is we want this one to be on top and this one to be beneath it. So what you would do is you just have to make sure that you change the z index. Okay, so we're going to change the z index to 1 over here, and come over here and change the text z index to 2. Okay, so that it's going to be above it to 2. So you see, this one will rather be above the line. Okay, so that is it, and that is how you're going to do it. Now over here we are going to add our sermons over here. So I'm going to click on this one. Now we don't have any post over here, but we will still look for post, okay, or blog, and we're going to use this particular post grid slider carousel. Right, we're going to drag this one inside here. Okay, and it will pull in the hello world over here. But let's do some small things before we go delete the hello world and create our own post. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that it shows only 3 items. Okay, just 3 items, and then we'll scroll down, and we don't want any pagination, so you can remove all those settings of pagination. Let me see. Okay, so let me just check the element one after the other. So this is it. So it brings the source is the post. Okay, so you can even use categories. Okay, so if your post is just sermon, or your category is sermon, you can just use the sermon category over here. Right, we'll later on come and then rearrange it well. Now we'll come to layout over here, and then what we're going to do is we're going to remove the filter and then remove the pagination. Right, we don't want any filter, we don't want any pagination. So you see that the filter is gone, the pagination too is gone. Okay, so let's look at the element over here, and with the element also we can, you know, check out some of the things that we want and some of the things that we don't want. For instance, we don't want comment, we want maybe date. Okay, let me check out how this one looks like. So this one looks like this. Okay, so title, date, you know, accept, and then read more. All right, so we're gonna come over here and title, date, accept, read more. So inside the date, I want to remove this particular thing over here. Okay, so that we wouldn't see that slash over here. All right, so basically I think that is all. That is all what we want. So we're gonna keep it like that. Now let's go to the style over here and let's see how they style this one. Very simple. The only thing that changes is this one and this one. All of them are the same. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and then first of all go to the title. Okay, so for the grid media and then the media itself, I don't see any media over here, so I'll come back to it later on. But let's look at the title over here, and this is a typography. We can click on it and, you know, choose the default typography, or choose the typography that we want. We want to use the Barlow, the same Barlow. So we're using the Barlow, and we can change the size to, let's say, 25, or let's make it 20. Okay, so 20 is quite okay. And then we're gonna go to the date over here, the date over here. Now with the date color, I want to change it to this particular color over here, and I'm gonna leave it as it is. Now let's go to the read more also, the read more also. Click on the read more, and then the read more color also, change it to this particular color over here. So basically you have this one and this one. Yeah, I think so, it's good. The only thing, if we had the image on, is to go to the image over here and then give it a border radius of 14. Okay, so yeah, so we're good. So anytime we add any post over here, the designs and other stuff that we have chosen will be able to be applied to it. All right, so now we've done our session over here. We'll create posts and then it will populate over here, so don't worry about it. Now let's go over here and then go ahead to the next session, which is also what we call the upcoming event. So with the upcoming event, we'll create events, and then also it won't populate with this one. We have to create it ourselves because we are using the free version of Elementor. If we were supposed to use the pro version of Elementor, we can add it with ACF to be able to make sure that we you know, populate everything over here. Okay, but what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and, you know, just create our thing. So first of all, what we will do is let's see. So what I'll do is I'm going to come over here, and because the settings of this one is almost the same, I'm going to just come over here and duplicate this particular section over here. So I'll duplicate this one, and then we're going to have it over here. All right, so as you see, this is what we have. I'll change this one to white. I'll remove this particular one over here. So I'm going to delete this one, and inside this one I'm going to place in 3 different containers. So I'll place in one container and duplicate the rest. So I'll duplicate twice to make 3 different containers, and I'll position it side by side. So don't worry about what the stack that is happening right now, but we're going to position it side by side. So we have 3 different containers. Now let's click on the main container, which houses all the 3 different containers, and let's change the direction row to direction to row horizontal. So you see, it's going to be something like this. Okay, So inside this container, what we're going to do is we're going to bring in these things over here. Okay, so this container is each of this container is like a card. Okay, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So what I'll do is I'll click on this container, go to it advanced over here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just give it an all round pattern of 20 over here, and then go to its style, and I'm going to change the background to white. Okay, so I'm going to go over here and change the background. So let me use the global color so that it fits very well. So the background is white. You cannot see it because we have to change the main background over here. So I'm going to just change the main background of the main container. So I'm going to go to style over here, and I'm going to add a background type. So let's add a background type, and we're going to add an image. We're going to choose an image for the background type, and we're going to look for let's look for a very nice image like this particular one over here and add it. Okay, so this is the image. So as you can see, we have the white background over here. I'm just going to adjust the image a little bit. So position, I'm going to choose center. So the position, I'm going to choose center over here, and then the size, I'll say cover, and then attachment, I'll make it fixed, and then repeat, I'll say no repeat. Okay, so something like this. And then with the background type or background overlay, sorry, I'm gonna just give it a background overlay of a blue color. So I'm gonna pick a blue color over here, pick some nice blue color. So we're gonna pick blue color over here. Let me I'm coming, hold on. All right, so now that we've picked our blue color over here, now let's increase the opacity a little bit. So I'm going to just increase the opacity a little bit, and let me check this one and see how it looks like. So I'm going to go over here and then even reduce the color a little bit. So I'm going to use so like something like this, and then we can make the opacity like 0.80, which is quite okay. So now we have this particular one over here. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to change this color. Okay, so this color will be changed to white. So I'm going to click on style over here and go to the global colors over here and then change it to white. So let's see how it looks like. Okay, so this one is going to be upcoming event. Okay, so it's going to be upcoming event. Okay, so I want to bring this one down a little bit. So what the divider. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm gonna scroll down and see where the divider is. This is the divider. I want to increase the width a little bit to like 60. Okay, let me see, 70. Okay, so it's 70, and then I want to bring it a little bit down because I can't really see it. So instead of 40, I'll say maybe 30 or maybe 35. Yeah, so this is quite okay for me. Okay, so now we have this one done. Now the next one is for us to create the cards over here. So we started creating the cards over here. So what I'll do is I'll click on this particular one, and then I'll go to its border over here. So just look for border and click on it, and border radius, we're going to make it 14. Okay, so it's going to have that all around radius over here. And let's look at this one. Let's look at how it looks like. So we have an image over here, we have the carrots, we have all those things over here. Okay, So what we're going to do is we're going to put an image over here. So I'm going to put an image over here, and then underneath this image we're going to put a heading underneath. Okay, and then underneath the heading we also put, okay, so I'll still use another heading. Okay, so this, let's say this one is a Christmas carols, right? Let's say this one is Christmas carols. Okay, so I'm gonna just put Christmas carols over here, and then we come over here and we pick this one also. So I'm gonna just duplicate this one, and also make it like this, and then I bring a button. Okay, so I can go in here and then just pick a button from here. So I'm going to copy this button and come over here, and then right click over here and click on paste. All right, so it's basically just like this, right? And now the cart is created. So what I can do is, if I look at over here, I have a little bit of border. So what I can do is I can just just increase this one to, instead of 20, I can say maybe 30. Okay, so this one is quite okay. And what I will do is I'll come over here, click on this carols over here, go to style over here, change this one to black. Okay, change the text color, the text or the typography over here. So I'll just change this one to black, sorry, and then click over here, change this one, instead of Roboto, I'm going to change it to Barlow. So I'll change it to Barlow over here. Make this one maybe an 18. So 18 is quite not okay, so I'll make it like a 22. Okay, yeah, maybe 22 is quite okay. So let's see, even 22 is not okay, so I'm gonna make it like a 25. Okay, so 25 is okay. And over here what I'll do is I'll also do the same thing, but this time around I'm going to reduce this one more. Okay, so this one is going to be more reduced, so we're still going to use the Barlow. Okay, and this one is going to be like a 14 or maybe like a 15. All right, so this one we can pick any kind of, yeah, so something like this, which is quite okay. We can go ahead and then change the color to a little bit stronger. Yeah, so this is quite okay. And let me see. Okay, so what I'll also do is I'll click on this particular container and go to the layout over here, and then I'll scroll down, and then the gap over here I'll change it to 5. So 5 is not okay, so I'm going to change it to 10. So it's going to be something like this. If I feel it's still not okay, I'll change it to 15, which is quite okay. Yeah, quite okay. So yeah, I think it's quite okay. So over here it says what? View event, right? So instead of join as, I'll say view event, and then we're going to link this one to that particular event that we want them to view. Okay, so we don't have that event yet, and that is why I'm creating it this way. So I'm going to just duplicate this one. If I duplicate one, then I'll delete one. So I'm going to delete this one also. go ahead and delete this one, and then duplicate, right click and duplicate this one also. Okay, then I'm going to delete this one. All right, so now we have our event section created. All what we need to do is to add the event images and the links and the type of event that we want in it. So before we do that, I want us to create the event and then also create the sermons over here. But before we even go ahead, I want us to finish with the section. So now left with only the last section, which is the call to action section over here, right? Yeah, so let's just finish with this one and then go ahead and create that event and then the sermons in the back end of the website, and then we come to the front end to make sure that we let it show on the front end. So I'm going to publish this one and then go ahead to create the last session, which is the call to action session. All right guys, so we finished designing this place. Now our last part that we have to design is to design the call to action section over here. So let's go ahead and then design that place also. So I'm going to go back to Elementor over here, and I'm going to create a container. So I'll click to create this container. I'll use this container, and then first of all, I'm going to set a height for the container. So I'll set a height of 500 pixel for the container. I'll make sure that they are justified center, and then items are aligned also at the center. Okay, so basically this. Now I'm going to go to advanced over here, and then what I'll do is I'll unlink the padding, and then I'll give a top padding of 80, bottom padding of 80. All right, so then I'll go to style, and I'm going to choose an image, a background type, which I'll choose a classic, and then I'll use an image over here to be able to start using it for the background of the call to action. So I'm going to look for this particular image over here. I'm going to select it. All right, so this is the image that I'm using, and then I'm going to just do some fine tuning to the image. So what I'm going to do is I'll make sure it is full. The position, I'll say center. The attachment, I can make it fixed. The repeat, I'll say no repeat, and then the default or display size, I'll say cover. All right, so this is how it's going to be like. Okay, so this is quite okay for me. And then if you look at this particular one, they have that kind of dark overlay over there. So I'm going to give that dark overlay. So I'll come to background overlay, and then I'll give it a background type of classic, and then I'm going to give it a darker color. So this one is okay, but I will increase the opacity to like 75, which is quite okay for me. If not, you can still increase the opacity again, depending on your look and feel, how you want it. And then inside this one, we have these two things. So this words and then a button over here. So we have the heading, the subheading, and then the description, and then we have these words over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make sure that this particular container, the layout, I'm going to make sure that the width is set to 700. Okay, so everything that I'm going to type in will be just from here to here. So if I feel it's too small, I can still increase it. So I'm going to come over here and then copy the first heading. I'm going to go copy the first heading. Just come over here, click on this plus icon, drag in a heading widget inside it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste in this one. So I think this is okay. So the color is okay. All what I need to do is to just change the typography to suit the typography that I want, which we are using the Barlow. Okay, so I'm going to use the Barlow over here, and then this one I'll say maybe 35, which is quite okay. All right, so now that I have this one done, I will look for the second one over here, which I'm going to pick this one. So I think even this one should be a little bit smaller, so I'm going to reduce the size a little bit. So I'll copy this one, and I'll reduce the size of this one a little bit because it should be smaller. Okay, so this one could be 25. Yeah, so this one is okay, and I'll duplicate this same text over here, and I'll change it to this one, and I'll come over here, change the color to white, or change the color to white, and then I'll increase this one to, like, say 38 or maybe 35. Okay, so just like this one. All right, so if you feel it's not good for you, you can increase the boldness and all those kind of stuff, and you're good to go. Now the next one is for me to bring in my description. So I'm going to use a text editor, place it underneath this one, and then you can, just type in your description over there. So I'm going to copy the description depending on your church and what you want it to be there. That is what you do. I'll paste it over here, and I'll make sure I'll align it in the center like this, and I'll change the text color to white, or to some kind of grayish white, and then I'll change this one from Roberto to the Barlow that we're using. All right, so I'm going to change it to this one, then change this one to 18. Okay, so we're going to have something like this, and the last one is going to be our button, right? So our button over here, join us this Sunday. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy a button from here which says join us this Sunday. I'll copy this button and come straight over here and paste it underneath this one. So I'm going to paste it over here. So we're going to have this one, and instead of this yellow, I'm going to give it the blue color. So I'll come over here, style to style, and then give it that kind of blue feel. Okay, so we're going to give it the blue color. Okay, so yeah, so depending on your, all right, so basically we are good to go. If you feel it is too small, the words are too small for you, of course you can increase it to the size that you want. Okay, so very good. So we are done with this one, and we are also good to go. We can go ahead and publish it. All right, guys, so one thing I did not do was specifically add a button to here to view more events. Okay, so we're gonna fix that. So this is our event card over here, our event section. Now we want to add or view more to it. So what we will do is what I'll do is to fix that, I'm going to just duplicate this particular event place over here. Now, of course, you can make it even more events over here so that people will see more events from your website, front end of the website. Now I'm going to just delete this. All right, click on it to delete, right click and delete. All right, click, delete. All right, click and delete. All right, so I'll have this container over here, and over here I can add the button over here. Okay, so I copied the button just like I copied, and so I copy and then paste it over here. And with this one, what I'll do is it's on the left side, so I'm going to change this one and make it like this. Okay, and then I'll position everything in the center like this, and as you can see, we have the button over here, and then we can change this one and say view more event. Okay, we can make it view more events, right? And then we can change the link over here to events. Okay, so we don't have the event over here, so what we can do is we can go back to our front end, and then we will just copy the event link and come and paste it over there, because remember, the event link is not a page, it's just a link from the event side, the event plugin that we installed. So I'm going to copy the link over here, come over here, and then paste it over here, just like that. So I'll publish it. So now if you look at it carefully, we have created our home page, but the only thing left for us to do is to make sure that we bring our sermons over here. We also make sure that we fill in the event over here. Okay, now let's go to the back end and quickly let's go and then do it. So I'm going to go over here and then go to the dashboard, the back end of the dashboard, and the first thing we're going to do is to create our sermons. Okay, so the sermons, like I told you, we're going to create it like post. Okay, so let's look at the post over here. Now, of course, every every church produces sermons every single Sunday, right? So you can talk to your pastor and then all the sermon, or you can take notes when the pastor is, if you are the one taking in charge of the website, or the one managing the website, you have to talk to your pastor or the church management team to produce sermon for you, so you can be able to use it on the website. Okay, so that is it. So let's look at the first one, which is prayer is key over here. So we're going to go to this one and then we go to post over here, and then first of all we want to add categories over here. So our first category that we're going to add is the sermon category. Okay, so we're going to add sermon. Okay, if you like, you can just rename this uncategorized category and make sure that it is sermon. Okay, so for me not to have any uncategorized category, what I'll do is I'll just quick edit this one, just change it to sermon, change this one to also what, sermon, right? So the slide will be sermon, and then the category will also be sermon, and then I'm gonna update it. All right, so this is sermon. So we have a category already named as sermon, and we're going to go to all post over here and delete the previously created post, that is the hello post over here. We're going to trash it, so make sure that you trash it, and then once you trash it, go into the trash and permanently delete it. So we're going to go into the trash and then we click on delete permanently. All right, so now that we have done it, now we can add new post. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and add a new post, and our post is a sermon post. Okay, sermon post. Okay, so we're gonna add title of the post, which is prayer is key, right? That is the first one. Prayer is the key. Okay, so prayer is the key, that is the first one, and this is the image that they are using. And I'm just going to copy the dummy text over here just for the tutorial sake. Okay, so you can focus on what they bring you, and then you can be able to use it for your website. But I'm going to copy this, what is over here, come over here, and then I will just paste it over here. Okay, so basically just like that. Now of course you can add images and other stuff. If you want to add images, you can click over here and then add your image over here. So you see image over here, you can even add videos and other stuff. So let's say we want to add an image over here, like let's say somebody preaching, right? So I'll just use this image like this. So the pastor is preaching, prayer is key, and we are good to go. And over here we can, when you go to post, you can set the featured image over here, and let's look at the featured image for this particular one. Is this lady over here praying? So we're going to use this one and then set it over here. Now if you scroll down over here, you see that we have the author, we have the default template, we have discussion, which is open. I'm going to close discussions for purposely for this particular tutorial sake. So I'll close it, and then we have the category, which is sermon. So we're going to set it to what? To sermon over here, and we are good to go. So after that, just click on publish over here to publish it. Okay, so we're going to create another one. So the next post we're going to create is to add new post over here, and let's see what that one also says. That one also says what? Worship opens doors. Okay, so for that same one also, we're gonna what? Go ahead and then create the sermon quickly. So you can go ahead and create the sermon quickly as possible, or forward this, just to create the sermon. So this one is what? Worship. Worship is what? Worship opens doors. So we're gonna say worship opens doors, right? Worship open doors, and we're gonna put in our our notes over here, our post over here, and what we will do is we will, this time around, we are not going to add image, but we'll add video. Okay, so we'll add maybe a video over here between this place, right? So we're going to add a video. So we can add video. Now there are several ways you can add video. You can add video from you can upload video, self-hosted video on your website, or you can either embed it from WordPress or Vimeo or YouTube. I'm going to just use a YouTube video. Okay, so let's say any video. I'm going to go to my channel over here. So YouTube, and then I'm going to just search for any video, right, from my channel, specifically from my channel. All right, so I'm just going to go straight to the channel. I'm going to add the channel ID to it, so it goes straight to the channel homepage. All right, so I'm going to just search for any video over here, and we're going to use it. So let's say this particular video over here. So for those of you who haven't watched this full WordPress web design crash course, please go and watch it. This is a full complete 15 hours video that I created. Now this one and this one, this is the part one, this is the part two, and it's full complete video. It's my Udemy course. I just decided to give it to you guys over here, so you can be able to access the full course. So go ahead and go and look for it and go and watch it. Now I'm going to copy the link, okay, the link address, and I'll come over here, and what I'll do is I'll just paste it over here. Okay, so I'm going to embed it. I'll click on embed. It will embed the whole video over here. All right, so as you can see, we have a video embedded in it. Now all what we need to do is to go ahead and set the featured image for it. So let's look at this particular this is what we are looking for. We're gonna just use it, and like I said, I'm just going to close this comment section or the sticker section, and then I'm going to select my my category, and then I'll click on publish. Okay, so you see, this is how you can be able to add the sermon section over here. So when we go over here and we refresh the website, let's see what happens. So I'm going to scroll down and see. So you see the sermon is what is coming into play. Okay, so you can go ahead and do same over here. Now the next one I'm going to do is to create the upcoming event also over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to create the Christmas carol, the Christmas carol. Let's look at what events that they were having. Okay, so we're going to scroll down and look at the event over here, the upcoming event. Oh, okay, so they have the Christmas carol, the worship night, and then the power of what? Titan. So we can go ahead and create all those things. Now if you want to see the full event, if you click over here, you can be able to see the full event. Okay, So as you can see, this is how the event looks like. And basically they tell you that the event has passed. Okay, so that event is no more there, but we want to what? We want to create it with a different date. So that's exactly what we do. So to do that, we go to event over here. Okay, now first of all, what you have to do is go to the event settings and configure the settings. Check the settings of the event. Know that this is exactly what you want. This is what you want to use. Okay, so see the event settings over here. Go into it, go into editing. Okay, go into editing, check all the editing side, go into maintenance, go into debug, go display over here to check the display settings. Okay, so you're going to see all the display, how it's going to display on the front end for you. If you want the default view to be list, you can choose list. If you want it to be month, day, you can choose it. So change everything that you want to change. If you want to show comments, if you want to disable the event search, you can do so. So choose everything that works for you and you are good to go. Even over here with the template, they have different template over here that you can choose. If you want the default event template, you can be able to use that. If you want Elementor full width, Elementor canvas, your normal page template, and then your default theme template, you can be able to change it over here. Okay, the time also, you can set date and time also over here. So depending on where you are, and then your current date and time, any other thing that you want to set, you can set it over here. Okay, so you can also remove event and end time from single event, day view, whatever it is, you can remove it. Okay, then you can show time zone also. So basically that is it. And then you can also go to currency. You can check your currency. If you're not using USD and you're using Ghana cedi, just like I am, I can just go ahead and then look for the Ghana cedi, the Ghana cedi symbol. Okay, Ghana cedi. And what I'll do is I'll just copy this particular symbol over here. I'll copy it, come back over here, and then I'll just paste it over here, right? And they said what default currency code, right? So what is the default currency code? Either this one or this one, they all work. Okay, so this one, as you can see, the iOS 42, this is the currency code over here. So I'm going to copy this one, I'm going to come over here and then paste it over here. So this is our default currency. So as you can see, 4217 for the ISO, there's the same thing, 4217 ISO code. All right, so you put it over here, and then symbol, currency symbol follows value. The currency symbol normally precedes the value. Enabling this option position the symbol after the value. So if you enable this, the symbol will be after the value. Okay, so if everything is okay, just click on save changes. Okay, now when you save changes, you can go on to the maps and additional content and all those things, but I'm not going to go through all these things for you. The most important thing is what we have done. Now we can check our event if there is any default event already in it, but as you can see, there is nothing over here. So it is up to us to create new event. Okay, so that is exactly what we have to do. Now you can also create event categories, venues, organizers, and then you can import some of them, and then the settings we can go. So let's say you have some venues that you are using for your event, you can create them over here. If you have organizers that you are using, you can also create them over here. So first of all, let me create an organizer, and I'll add new organizer, and definitely the organizer is going to be the church. Okay, so I'm going to say maybe church in worship. So I'll say CIW. Okay, so the CIW is what I'm going to do. CIW church, right, is what I'm is going to be our organizer. You can add the organizer phone number. Okay, so +23324 31310 something like that. The website over here, you can add the organizer website. So I'm going to add kitechdigital.com. You can add the organizer email, so service@kitechdigital.com. You can go ahead and add an except. You can go ahead and add whatever thing that you want to add, and then you can even set a featured image. Okay, so you can go ahead, set a featured image for the organizer. If you know the organizer who is organizing this one, set a featured image for them. So I'm just going to use any of the images over here so that it doesn't I'm just going to use this one. Okay, so use this one and go ahead and use it, and then you can even give a description for the church or the organizer and just click on publish. Oh, okay, so sorry, they said the URL, you enter URL, so I'm just going to go ahead and enter this over here. Okay, and then I'll click on publish to publish. So this is how you can be able to create your organizer. Okay, so it's very simple. You create it. Now that we've created our organizer, we can also create venues. Okay, so what venues do we use to organize our programs? And we can create it. So I can go ahead and click on add new venue over here, and then I will go ahead and say maybe CIW auditorium. So CIW auditorium, and you can also give the address over here. So I'm going to say Dakoman, Ghana, blah blah blah. Change this one to 5, and then the website, you can put the website over there. All right, so you can show it on the map and all those things, except and all those things. If everything is okay, just set the auditorium, use the auditorium to feature whatever it is. So let me see if I can have an auditorium. So I'm going to use this particular one over here, even though it's not proper auditorium, but I'll still use it, and then I'll just click on publish. I'm not saving anything. All right, so we've also set up our venue for the event. So you can add more venues. Okay, you can go ahead and add more venues depending on the kind of places you are doing your thing. All right, so event categories also, you can set categories for it. Okay, so if you look at this particular one, does it have a category? No, it wasn't having any category. Okay, so as you can see, it wasn't having any category, but you can set up your own category for it. Okay, so depending on what kind of thing that you're having. So if let's say you are having it maybe as a category, let me break it down. So maybe family programs or Christmas programs, or anything, any category that you want. Okay, you can set it up. Okay, so I'm just going to say maybe church activities, right, as a category. Okay, so that's the only thing I'll use. That's the event category. So any other activities they do is still church activity, right? All right, so I'm going to just go over here and add new event. So I'm going to click over here to add a new event, and then we'll start creating our event. So it is very simple for you to create. So what is the name of the event? We want to say Christmas Carol. So Easter is coming, so what we say is what? Easter, maybe Easter Easter what? Easter music festival. Okay, so Easter music festival, right? It is something that I just decide to use. So Easter music festival, and then what again, you can put some description over here. So I'm just going to copy some few descriptions over here. Okay, and then I'm gonna paste it over here, and then you see the time and date. You can set it over here. So when is the program? You can set your time, you can set your day. We're gonna say April, right? So let's say April 5th, okay, and then it is from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. No, it is not. It's gonna be from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Okay, so that is it. And then location. So we can find location. We say the CIW auditorium, and then the organizers. Okay, we can click over here and say the CIW church. You see the ones that we created. Yeah, if you want to add another organizer, you can go ahead and add. And then event website. So if you have the website for the event listed over there, you can go ahead and then put it over there. Okay, so go ahead and put the website over there. So I'm just going to put kitechdigital.com. okay, that is the event website. And then also the currency symbol. They also have the cost, right? So the cost over here, you can put in the cost. If you're collecting a gate fee or something, you can put in over here, but we're not collecting anything. It's a musical competition and it's 0. All right, so basically that is it. There's nothing to do anymore. The only thing we can go ahead and do is some settings at this side. So first of all, we want to add a featured image over here, and we can go ahead and add any featured image. So musical competition, what do we want? So maybe this person singing over here. Okay, you can use it. And then event options, hide event from listen, sticky in month, featured event. So if you want to make it a featured event, you can do so over here. And then the status, you can either schedule, cancel, or postponed. Okay, so depending on what you want to do. And then the categories, we want to say it's a church activity, and then we can just go ahead and publish. So let's just publish it. All right, so we can go ahead to the front end, click on event over here, and then we see our first event over here. Okay, so that is it. So that is how it is created. So as you can see, it is an upcoming event over here, and this is it. It is free. Okay, no money is collected, and it is hosted in the CIW auditorium, and the location is all over here. You can go ahead and then also click to view the full event over here, and as you can see, this is it. Everything concerning the venue and all those things, you can also check it up over here. So basically that is how the event looks like. Now that we've created this event, now all what we need to do is to make sure that we have this event on the front end, right? So I'm going to copy this one, come to the front end over here, and you see this particular side which says Christmas Carol. I'm going to change it. Okay, so instead of the Christmas Carol, I'll change it to Easter Music Festival over here, and the date over here, I'll change it. Instead of December whatever it is, I'll say April, and then it is 5, and then it is 2025, and then it is from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Okay, and then over here I'll put the event where is it, the event link over there. So I'm going to come over here and put the link over here, and then with this one, what I'll do is I'll also use the image that we are using for that particular event. So where is it? Yeah, this particular lady over here, I'm gonna use it. All right, so as you can see, this is how it's gonna be like. Okay, so just like that. Now of course you can even make the the image rounded corner. Okay, so I'm going to go to it, the image over here. Let me click over here, go to its style, and then I'll give it border radius of 14, so making it very nicely like this, and then I can publish it. Okay, so you can do same for all the three over here, and for the purposes of time, I'm not going to go ahead to do it. You can do it yourself. So now if you go to the home page, you see that we have an event listed over there. So when you scroll down over here, you're going to see events over here, and you see also the sermons also listed over here. Okay, so basically that is it. So this is how you can be able to create the home page of this particular website. Now for the purposes of time, since you know how to do it, I'll leave the about page and all the other pages for you guys to create it yourself. Okay, so it is very, very simple to create, and you just use Elementor, and then you can just watch how the about page of this particular one looks like, and then you can be able to use it to also create your own website. Now, so this is very simple. Okay, as you can see, it's really simple. It's not something that is really difficult. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll create a part 2 the next time we meet. So watch out for part 2, and then see you in the next video. If you like this video, please don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel, so that we can be able to continue providing you with more tips and tricks of WordPress website and Elementor. We continue creating more videos, more tutorials for you. Thank you for watching. See you in the part 2. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Kobe and this is KaiTech Digital. In this video, I'm going to continue what we started with the church website for the last time. So for those of you who missed a lot, we created a lot the last time, and I'll leave a link in the description for you to be able to go ahead and then continue watching, or start watching, and then you come and continue from here. For what we created, just a recap of what we created the last time. We created the homepage of this particular website. We did the menus, we did the header, we did the footer, and then we started creating our pages, and then we created this beautiful homepage over here. And that is exactly what we did. We also talked about the events, and then also we created sermons also. So if you haven't watched it, please go ahead and then watch it. Now today what we're going to do is we're going to design our about page. We're going to continue. Okay, so we're going to design our about page. We also will go ahead to design our ministries page, and then we link all the other pages together, and then we also design our sermons page, and then maybe if time is there, we will design the prayer request and then also the contact page. Okay, so that is exactly what we will do. But if time is not there, we're just going to go ahead with the about page, and then the ministries page, and then we design our sermons page, and then next time we talk about prayer request, contact, and then donate, the donation also page, because the donation goes involved with a lot of things. We have to go through the plugin and then know how to use the give plugin. Okay, so we're gonna do all those things. So let's go ahead and do exactly that. Okay, so the last time we created the home page, and we are left with the about page to create. So to also do that, we're going to go straight to the about page. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the back end over here, and then I'm going to hover on pages over here and click on all pages, and then you see this is the about page that we created, but we haven't designed it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it in a new tab over here. So we are editing, and then we will design the page. Okay, that is exactly what we are going to do. So we have created a page, we haven't designed it, so we're going to go ahead and edit it, and then use Elementor to be able to design the page just like we did for the home page. All right, so now that we are over here, what we're going to do is we're going to click on edit with Elementor. Okay guys, so we are over here in Elementor. For those of you who this is your first time, Elementor is just a drag and drop page builder where you can use it to design any page that you want. So you just drag and drop it over here, drag and drop it over here. That is all. Okay, so that is it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create a container. So we click on this plus and use the Flexbox container. I'm going to choose this particular one. Now let's look at how the about page really looks like. And this is how the about page looks like. Okay, so it looks very simple, very sleek, and that is exactly what we're going to do. So first of all, we forgot to set this page as you know, how do you call it, the transparent header. So if you look at this place, it is what it is, having this transparent header over here, and we need to make sure that we get this page as what, as a transparent header. So I'm going to go over here and then click on edit over here to go into the page to edit it, and then I'll set it as a transparent header. Okay, all right, so now that we are over here, you remember the last time what we did, we clicked on this particular page settings over here, and then we said we want to enable this page as a transparent header. Okay, we want this page to have a transparent, so we enable the transparent header for this page, and we click on save over here, and that is it guys, you are done. So over here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove this one first of all, click on publish second of all, and then click on refresh to make sure that the changes that I just did has taken effect. All right, so now as you can see, there's no blue background over here because we have a transparent header. Okay, so even though that the menu items are over there, you can't see it, okay, because there is a transparent header. So what we're going to do is we're going to create the same container that we started creating for the first time. We choose a Flexbox, we choose this particular container over here, and then now that we've created it, now we can go ahead and set the minimum height for the container. I'm going to set 500 for it, and then I'll go to Install over here, and for me to be able to see what is going on at the top, I want to set a background for it. So I'll set an image background, and I'm going to choose this particular photo over here. So I'm going to select it, and as you can see, this is how it looks like. Now I'll give it a background overlay, but before I do that, let me go ahead and then, you know, just choose position to be center, and then I'm going to choose you know, this one I'm going to leave it as it is. This one I'll say no repeat. This one I'll say full cover. Okay, so I'm going to cover this one. It's going to be something like this. Now of course we can go ahead and even go to it advanced over here and unlink the padding over here, and then go ahead and choose make it top padding of 80, bottom padding of also 80 over here. Now let's come back over here to the style, and then we will we'll style it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to give a background overlay for it. So I'm going to just choose an overlay over here, and let's look at how this particular one looks like. So if you go over here, there's kind of a blue kind of overlay on top of it. Okay, and this one is not up to 500, so we're going to reduce the size over here because this is too big. So we're going to go ahead and then choose an overlay. So I'm going to choose some kind of blue kind of overlay over here. So something, yeah, something like this. Okay, so let me go over here. Yeah, something like this, right? Yeah, this is quite okay. All right, and then I'll go to layout over here, and then instead of 500 I'll say 400. Okay, so that this one will be quite okay for me. And then over here I'll come over here, and then I'll drag in a heading widget inside here. Now you see where it goes to this place. Okay, so what I'll do is I want to go ahead and grab this 6 dots over here, but it's not working, right? So I'll choose this structure over here, and then I'll click on this particular one. Okay, because I want to go into the container settings, and then I'll come over here and then position this one at the center position this one also at the center. Okay, and I'll still make this one 500. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this, and then I'll come over here and let's look at this one. It says what we have. Okay, so we have how do you call it? We have a divider over here, and then we have this one and this one. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm gonna let me copy this one which says Church in Christ in Worship Church. Where is it? This particular one. I'm gonna just paste this one over here, and then I'll make it, you know, I'll choose the font family that we are using. Okay, so that is exactly what you have to do. So make sure that you choose the Barlow. Okay, so this is the Barlow, and then I'm going to reduce it a little bit to like 18. Let's see. Okay, so 18 is quite too small, so let's make it like a 20. Okay, then you, of course, you can increase it if you want to increase the boldness or the weight of it, and then I'll choose white for it. So I'm going to choose white for it. All right, so now that I have this one, I can duplicate this one over here and duplicate it and make this one also about us. I'll copy this one, come over here and paste it here. Okay, let me just push it up a little bit, come over here, go to this place, I also push it up a little bit. So I want to see something. Okay, yeah, very good. Okay, so I'll come over here and increase the size of the typography or the font. So I'm gonna make it like a 55. Okay, so 55 is quite okay, or you can make it even like a 60 depending on how you want it to be like. All right, so we have these two over here. The only thing left is for us to bring the divider. Okay, so to do that, we're going to click on the plus sign over here, or icon over here, and then drag in a divider and position it on top of this one. All right, so it is this one. Now I'm going to just make it 20 over here. 20 is even too big, so let's make it like a 5. Okay, position it in the middle like this. I'm going to go to here and then change this one and make it like this ash color, and then this one I'm going to make it like a 5, so it's going to be something like this, right? I'm going to go back over here, and instead of 5 I'll make it like maybe 8. Okay, so this is quite okay, and then I'll reduce the gap over here. Okay, so let's take a look at how it okay, so even the 5 was quite okay. So I'm gonna go over here and still make it like a 5, or let me make it like a 6. Yeah, okay, very good. So it's gonna be something like this. So 1 2 3. Yep. All right, so something like this is quite okay, and of course you can decide to go into the container and even reduce the width of the container to like maybe 700. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this. All right, so now that we have our hero section set up, now it's for us to design the next one, which is this particular one over here. So it's going to be our story and blah blah blah, just like the way we did the top. This time around we're going to add this one to it. Okay, so let's go over here, and this time around if I like, I can just duplicate this one. So I can duplicate this one. Okay, if I duplicate this one, I'm going to go to the style over here. I'm going to go to a style over here, and what I'll do is I'll just delete this one, remove this one. Okay, and then over here it's going to be pure white. So I'll look at the overlay over here, and then remove the overlay. So as you can see, it is pure white over here. And let's look at what we have over here. So we have this one and this one. So this it's gonna be a little bit bluish, kind of grayish thing. So I'm gonna go over here and just set it to this place, and then give it something like this. Yeah, something like this. And I'll come over here to, you're not seeing it because the background is white, right? And you remember this one too is what is white. So what I'll do is I'm just changing it to the blue color. Okay, that is all. So I'm gonna go over here and change this one also to the blue color over here. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add the color over here. So let me just check and see if I've already added the color blue. Okay, I haven't. So I'm going to just add that particular color. So I will just pick it from the global color. So I'll say blue. Okay, so I'll just use this one, and I'll come over here, and let me see, this one also is still blue. So I'm going to go to a style over here and change it to blue. So I'll come over here. This time I'm not going to worry myself on how to do it. So as you can see, this is what changed to blue over here. So what I'll do is I'll just change what is in this one. So this one says our story. I'm going to copy it, come over here, go to it content, and change it to our story. And then this one says it's all about Christ in Worship Church. So I'm going to copy this one, come over here, go to this place. Instead of about us, I'm going to say all about Christ in Worship Church. Now you see, this is how it becomes, because the container, we set a width for it. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to go over here, and then instead of the width of 700, I'll just leave it to 1000 or so, and then this is how it's going to be like. So let me just close this one so you can see everything well. Okay, and over here I can just go ahead and reduce the size of the text a little bit. So I'm going to go to this place, and instead of 50 I'm going to make it 40. Yeah, so 45 is quite okay. All right, so now let's go back to the container itself. You remember we set up let me see. All right, so remember we set up what do you call it, the minimum height for it, right? Yeah, of course you can go ahead and then even change it the way you want it. Okay, so this is quite okay. Now the next one is I'm gonna go to element over here and then drag in a text widget over here. Okay, so we can just copy this one. So you use your own words to be able to do whatever I'm doing over here. So press it over here, go to style, and then put it in the style over here, and put it in center over here, and then change the typography. Okay, so we're going to change the typography. So over here I'm going to say Barlow. I'm going to pick the Barlow over here, and then over here I'll say maybe an 18. Okay, so it depends on what you want, and depends on how. And then we can pick a color. So I'm going to just choose the strongest color over here. Okay, so this is quite okay. Now that we have this one, now the next for us to bring is our video or our image. Okay, let's look at it. This is an image over here. There is an image over here, and then after that we have this particular kind of grid thing over here. So that is exactly what we're going to do. So I'm going to go ahead go to this place, and then I'm going to click on this plus icon, click on this, and I'm going to set an image over here. So inside this particular box, I'm going to bring an image. So I'll drag in an image over here, and then what I'll do is I'll place the image inside it. So let's see the image that is inside it, this particular image. So that is this one over here, and I'm going to click on it to select it. And as you can see, we have nice image, but we need to, adjust this more. Okay, so instead of the 1140, I'm going to say maybe 1000 over here, right? Which is quite okay. All right, so our next step is for us to um, design this particular page. Okay, this particular section over here. So we have this over here, and then yeah, so basically it. So we're gonna go over here, come over here, and then what I'm gonna do is this particular container, I'm gonna go to it advanced over here, and unlink the padding, and then give it a bottom padding of 80. All right, so now I'll scroll down and then add a container, and this time around the container I'm going to add I'm going to use this 2-column container over here. Okay, so 2-column container over here, and what I'll do is I'll just remove all padding and everything. Okay, so that is it. I'm going to remove all padding. I'm going to just give a padding of 0. Okay, and over here I'll add an image. So I'll drag in an image over here, and the image we're going to use is this particular image. So I'm going to just quickly add the image. So this image over here, I'm going to select it, and then what I'm going to do is let me click on this edit, the 6 dots over here, and then I'll go to the layout, and then I'll just set things straight first. So we're going to go to justify center, and then align items at the center also. All right, so now over here we can add our text that we want to add. But remember, if you look at this, one, and you look at this one, they look similar, right? They just that the arrangement is different. Okay, so we're gonna arrange it well the way we want it, right? We can do so for it. So what I'll do is I'm gonna come over here. And then we can even look for a heading, right? So maybe heading. All right, so I thought the royal royal elementor add-ons had this kind of thing whereby you can have all those heading and subheading and all those things, but let me try and see, because I feel it will have. Okay, so let me look at the dual heading and see. So let me position this one over here. This is going to be an icon and all those kind of stuff. Oh, okay, so not this one, I don't want this one. Okay, I wanted an easy way out, but let's go and then just grab what we have over here. So first of all, I'm gonna grab this one, I'll copy it, I'll come over here and paste it over here. Okay, and then I'll position it, align it at this side. I'll still come here, grab this one, copy it, scroll down, and then right click over here and paste. Okay, it's gonna be just below it, and then I'll still come over here, grab this one, copy it, scroll down, and then this time around I'll right click on the story, our story, and paste. We'll also bring it down over here, and then the last one is this one. I'll copy it and then scroll down, then right click on the all about church, all about Christ, and then paste it over here. All right, so this is how it's going to be like. Okay, so as you can see, we have it like this. Now let's look at how this one looks like. This one says our mission. Okay, our mission. So we're going to go over here and then go through this one, and instead of our story, we're going to say our mission. Okay, and the text looks a little bit smaller, so we're going to change it to 18. Okay, and this one also says what? It says what? It says at Christ in worship, our mission is to a simply yet profound. All right, so we're gonna go over here and paste it over here, and we reduce, everything. So we're gonna reduce it to like 30 or 35. So let's make it 30. All right, so as you can see, it looks good. And then we come over here and then we copy this one, just copy it and come over here and look at this one over here and just paste it over here. It looks like this, but go to style over here and then position it this way and go to advanced, and we're going to remove this space over here, unlink the margin, give it a negative of 20, and you're going to have something like this. Okay, and yeah, so as you can see, this is how it looks like. Everything looks great, just like the way we want it. Let me look at this particular one. So this one looks a little bit bolder, so let's go over here. Okay, so we're gonna change this one from 700 to 600, so it looks something like this, right? All right, so now that we have this one done, all what we need to do is to give a space over here. Okay, so we want to give a space over here, so I'm gonna just click on the main container over here, scroll down and give it a gap of let's say 40, right? Is 40 okay? Oh, 40 is too much, right? So let's go over here and reduce it to, let's say, 20. Okay, so 20 is what's quite okay. So now the next step is for us to duplicate this same thing. So I'm going to just right click over here, and what I'll do is I still want to unlink everything over here. So for instance, there's space over here, so I'll just click over here and then go to it, advance over here, and then remove the padding from it. I don't want to see any padding, right? Yeah, the same way I can also do it for this one, but I'm going to leave it as it is. Now I'm going to click on the main container over here, right click on it and duplicate it. So I'm going to duplicate it to make it two different things. Now my next step is to click over here, and then now I'm going to change it to reverse row reverse. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. All right, so it's going to be something like this, and if that's what you want, you can use it. So as you can see, it looks exactly like this. Yeah, let's look at how it looks over here. Okay, so we can go ahead and then redesign it just like we have it over here. So we can change this one, we can change the things over here, and we are good to go. So I'm going to just change why worship with us, this one over here. I'm going to change it to why worship with us. Come over here, change this one also, come over here, change this one also, and then over here we can also adjust it. All right, so we can adjust things over here, and then we can change whatever thing that we're changing. So one thing I want to do is I think we need to remove the space over here. Okay, so that let me just remove this space, make it 0. Come over here also, remove the space over here and make it 0. All right, so let's see how it's faring. Okay, so now as you can see, everything is aligned over here, but it's not touching it because we want it to touch it. Okay, so how do we fix this? Now let's try and then go to the main containers and see what we can do about it. Okay, so I'm going to go to the advanced, and I see it is 0. The only thing is we just need to push this one up a little bit. So if I push this one to, like, let's say -20, it's going to be something like this, right? Now if I do like this, you see now it is what it is touching this one. Okay, the only thing is I have to create space over here and create space over here. And how do I do it? It's also very simple. We can just create the spaces over there. So I'll go to this main container over here, go to its advanced over here, and then I'm going to create a padding. Okay, so I'll create a left padding of 40, so just like this one. And then I also come over here, and then I can go over here and also create a right padding of 40, just like this one. And then let me go over here and change. I'm going to go over here and change the image. So this is the image. We use this one over here. And as you can see, we have already created everything that we want, so we can just publish it. Now let's go to the front end to view it. All right, so let's click on about and see how it looks like. All right, so this is our about page. So let's go over here, scroll down. Yeah, so as you can see, everything looks good, but this one is a little bit pushy. Okay, so it means that we still need to bring it down a little bit. So we're going to go over here, and just like we did it, we have to bring it down, right? So now we're going to remove this -20, publish it. So if you are viewing it over here, it doesn't really look like everything is all right. So on all the time, make sure that you view it on the front end to make sure that you're doing the right thing. Okay, so basically always make sure. So as you can see, now everything looks perfect, everything looks great. All right, so now we are good to go. Okay, so let's look at how this one looks like. Yeah, very good, everything looks perfect also over here. Okay, so now we are good to go. All right, so the only thing left, let's look at what is left, is for us to create this counter over here. Okay, so we have this counter, and then we have this portfolio also over here. All right, so we're going to create this portfolio also, and then we bring this one also over here. So these are all easy to create. It's not that big deal. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4 columns over here. So let's quickly do that. What we're going to do is we're going to come over here, click on this particular one, click on this one over here, and we're going to choose a 4-column structure over here. All right, so now that we've chosen a 4-column structure, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to it advanced over here, and then I'll unlink the padding over here, and give it 50 at the top, 50 padding at the bottom. Go to install over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just give it a background over here, and I'll give it our color that we were using. We're going to give it the blue color. Okay, so what I also want to do is I want to click on this particular one, okay, the first one, and then I want to create a space below. Okay, so I want to go over here and then create a bottom space which is 80. Okay, so that this one doesn't touch this one. So it's gonna be something like this, right? So that there will be space over here. So if you look at this particular one, you see that there is a space over here. Okay, that's exactly what I want to do. So I'm gonna go over here, and then now what I want to do is to bring what we call a counter inside. Okay, so before I even bring the counter, now I want to click on this particular container over here, and then I want to give it a border. Okay, just a border. So if you look at this particular one, there is a border over here, there is a border over here, there is a border over here, all around, right? So I want to give it a border. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll give the containers border each right border, right border, right border. Okay, so 1 2 3 will get right borders. Okay, so that's exactly what I'll do. So I'm going to start from here. I'll go to style, and then I'll go to border over here. Okay, and then I'll give a solid border, and then the width I'm going to unlink all of them, and I'll give a right border of 1, and then I'll just choose color that I want, and what I'll do is I'll just make it a little bit transparent a little bit. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this, right? If I see, this is the border that I'm talking about. So I'm gonna go over here, and then copy this one, then I'm gonna paste style over here, paste style, copy this one, paste style. All right, so it's gonna be something like this, right? And then inside this one, I'm gonna bring me my counter. Okay, so I'll look for counter, the counter widget, and I'll drag it inside this one. Okay, so as you can see, we have this cool counter widget over here, and what we're going to do is we're going to copy this one, and then we paste it. I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so I'll put a plus over here. Let's see. Okay, so I'll just put a plus here. That's the surface, right? Just after it. All right, so the title over here is the one that you see over here, which is members. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here and put members over here, and that is it, guys. That is exactly it. So what I'll do is I'll go to its style over here, change this one to white. Okay, I'm not going to style it with changing typography and all those things. You know what to do with it, so you can go ahead and do that. So basically this is how it is, and what I'll do is I'll just copy, right click and copy, paste over here, right click and paste, right click and paste, and the last one is to also right click and paste. Now I can go ahead and then change, you know, all the things in it. So here I'll copy this one, come over here, instead of this particular one, it's going to be this 150, and then this one is going to be project. Okay, so this one is 15 years. You go over here and we say 15, and then this one will be years, and then the last one is going to be 3 plus cities. So we are located in 3 plus, you know, 3 plus cities. All right, so you see we are done quickly. Now let's go ahead and look at the last but one over here, which is also this portfolio thing over here. So we're gonna go over here, and this time around we're going to copy this one. So I'll copy this one. I'll right click and copy, and scroll down, and then I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so now that we have this one over here, what is in it? We have portfolio, we have gallery, we have portfolio, and then we have our gallery. So I'm going to just change the details over here. So let's go ahead and change the details. Our portfolio, and then this one is our gallery. All right, so I'm going to delete this one, which I don't need, and then I'm going to search for gallery, the basic gallery. I'm going to drag it underneath this one. Okay, so basically the best thing for me to do is deleting it is to bring a container here. Okay, let me just drag in a container here, and then I'll put the gallery inside this container. The reason why I'm doing that is if the style of this one, especially this main container, it wouldn't affect what is the inner container. Okay, so that is why I'm doing that. So gallery, I'll drag it inside this one, and then I can even increase the width of the container a little bit. So I'm going to just increase this one to like, let's say 12. Okay, so that this one will also have a bigger space. Now let's look at this particular one. We have 1 2 3. Okay, so 1 2 3 1 2 3, like 9, right? So we're gonna go over here and pick 9 different images. So make sure that you pick your best images for the church, because what is showing over here is basically what people will be able to see. Okay, so pick your best images that depicts the church. So we're gonna just pick 9 different images. So 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let me pick this one also. 7. So 8 9. Alright, so I'm gonna remove this one and just add this one to it. So it's gonna be something like this. I'll create it and I also create this one. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. It's not looking the way we want it, so we want to adjust it a little bit. So let's go over here, and then with a full with a image resolution, we'll go for full, and then with the columns, we're going to choose 3. All right, so this is how it looks like, and this is quite okay. This is very good. It looks similar to this one. Okay, so it's very good. So now our last thing that we have to also focus on is the call to action. So first of all, I want to click on this particular one and give a space at the bottom. So I'll go to advanced over here, and I'm going to go ahead and create a space. So there is a space at the bottom, but I don't really see that space. Oh, okay, so there is a space over here. All right, so now that we know that there is a space, now we can go ahead and then go to our home page over here. You remember the last section, we've already created it in the home page. So all what we need to do is to bring it down, or copy and bring it. This is our last section over here. So we're going to copy this one, right click, just right click on it. It's a call to action, so you can run through all the website, all the pages of your website. So just right click on it and then click on copy. Come to your about page where we are creating, and then over here we just right click on this space over here, and then we will paste. Just paste. All right, so as you can see, we are done. We are good to go. So now we've created our about page, simple as ABC. We can go ahead and publish it. And now if you go and then review our about page, we have very nice about page that we can call a church about page. So as you can see over here, this is our about page over here, very neatly designed for our church website. Okay, so now we have our about page done. Now the next page we want to focus on is to focus on our I'm going to go to the sermons page, because that is a very simple page for us to design. So if you go over here and then we go to the sermons page over here, there is nothing to do much. It's just for us to put some things over there. That is all, because most of the sections that we're going to do, we've created it already. Okay, so for instance, there's nothing to do much. All what we have to do is to bring this hero section over here and bring these things over here. Okay, this sermons over here, post over here. And that is exactly what we want to do. And all these things, we've already created them. We just copy and paste, change some few things, and we are good to go. Okay, that is it. So now let's quickly go to sermon. So I'm going to go to let me go to the page over here. All right, guys, so now that we are over here, what we want to do is we go to look for sermons. This is sermons over here. So we're going to go ahead and quickly edit it. So I open it in a new tab, and then what we're going to do is we want to change the page settings so that that page will have a transparent header, and then secondly, we'll use Elementor to also edit or design the page the way we want it. All right, so now that it is open for us, let's go ahead and then click on this page settings over here, enable this transparent header, and then let's click on save. All right, so now we're going to click on edit with Elementor to go ahead and then use Elementor to design our page. All right, so now that we are over here in Elementor, now what we need to do is to just come back to our about page over here in Elementor where we were designing, and then we want to pick this section. Okay, so just this section. So I'm going to go over here to layout, and then I'll pick the first container, which is the one that we were designing. Okay, so which, yeah, this first container. So this first container, I'm going to just copy it. Okay, so I'm going to copy it and then come back to sermon over here, and then I'll right click on it. So right click on this space and then paste it. All right, so now we have our hero section. All what we need to do is to just change some few details over here. So we come over here and then we just copy this one and then we paste it over here. So it's even the same. The only thing we need to change is what? Sermons, right? So just this particular one over here which says our sermons. Okay, so we copy it, we come over here and then just change this one to our sermons, and then I'm going to open the structure again and go inside the main container, which is where I have the background image, and I'm going to go to style and I want to change the image. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and change the image to any Bible that I will see. So let me see. Okay, so let me pick this Bible in particular, yeah, and then use this one. All right, so this is the our sermons section. Now the next one is for us to bring in the sermons. Now this is where we go to the home page over here. We're gonna go to the home page over here, and you see that we created sermons over here, right? So this is where we also pick this particular section, we copy it. Okay, come back over here and we're going to paste it over here. Just click on paste. All right, so do not worry too much about what is going on over here, but first of all I want to delete this particular one which says our sermons, and I'll leave this one as it is, and then I'll just click on publish. Now let's go back to our website over here. So we're going to go back to our website over here, and then we're going to go to the sermons page. Okay, so let's go to the sermons page and see how it looks like. All right, so this is our sermons. Now let's scroll down, and as you can see we have this sermons over here. Okay, so to be able to make everything the way I want it, what I'll do is instead of copying this whole container over here, we can just copy this particular container. So I'm going to just delete this particular one over here and come back to the home page again, and then what I'll do is I'm just going to copy this container, the inner container. So I'll copy this inner container, bring it over here, and then paste it. Now the reason why you're not seeing the sermons over here and you're seeing the how do you call it, this particular hello world, is that when we created this particular section, we hadn't did the post, and then I haven't really refreshed this website also, this particular page also. So I just need to refresh it and everything will come back, but I don't have time to do that. So I'm gonna go over here and then just give just a pattern from top and bottom, and we are good to go. So I'll give an 80 at the top and then 80 at the bottom, and then go to layout over here, and we want to make sure that it is 100%. So we're gonna publish it. All right, so this is full width, but of course you can change it to box if you want. Okay, If you change it to box, it's also okay. So then we're going to give it 1200, right? Just like that, and then we publish it. Okay, so now we can go back to our sermons over here and then just refresh it. And as you can see, we have it a little bit bigger. Okay, so this is quite okay. And if you create different sermons, it will come over here. So what you have to do is you see that in this particular sermon setting, if you go to the post settings over here, if you realize that what we've done is we set this one as what, as 3, okay, but we can change it and set it to any number that we want. So we can change it to let's say maybe 9 posts, okay, so, or even 12, right, depending on what we want. So we can set it to 12 per page, right? And then we can go ahead, and then with the layout we can also make sure that we choose a column that we want, and then we can show pagination, okay, because this is basically for people to go through pages, right? If it is 12 over here and then we have 24 on the page, let's say in the website, they need to know the other 12 also. Okay, so that is it. So I just publish it. All right, so now we are good to go. So we've created our sermons page, and we are okay. So now how many pages have we created? Now we've created the home page, the about page, the sermons page, the event page is already done for us. So now all what left for us to do is to create this particular one, which is the ministry page, and then we create the request prayer request page, the contact page, and then also the donation page. All right, guys, so our next one that we're going to create, our next page that we will design, is the ministries page. So we're going to go back to our pages over here, and then we'll go ahead and then design those that particular page that I'm talking about. So as you can see, let's look at how the ministry page looks like. This is how it looks like, okay? And if you look at it very carefully, it looks similar to the about page over here. So this is exactly how it looks like, just that some few designs that we're going to make. So for the first the hero section, and then also the next section over here is going to be the same as the about page, but this ones will really change. Okay, so that's exactly what we're going to do. So let's go over here, and then we look for the ministries page. So this is the page that we are talking about. So we're going to open it in a new tab over here. I'm going to open it in a new tab, and then we will start designing it. So let me close some pages over here. All right, guys, so first of all, let's do the first things first. So we're going to go over here to the page settings, and then we enable transparent header, and then we click save. Okay, now let's go ahead and then click on edit with Elementor to start editing or designing our page. All right, so guys, now that we are over here, all what we need to do is to create our hero section and then all the other sections. Now, like I told you, the reason why I left the about page open just like this is because I can easily copy these 2 sections. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to copy these 2 sections over here. So I'll click on copy, come back to the ministries page, right click on this page over here, and then click on paste. Okay, so the next section is this second section over here. So I'm going to right click on it, click on copy, come back to the ministries page, scroll down, and then this space over here, I'll just right click on it and then click on paste. All right, so as you can see, I have these 2 things over here. Now let's go to the ministries page and then see how it looks like. So basically we have this one, which is Christ in worship, and then our ministries. So we're going to copy this one, which says our ministries, copy it, come to the ministries page, and then this is what we're going to paste over here. So we have this one. Now we also want to change the background. Okay, so I'm going to go to structure over here, and then click on the container over here, and I'm going to go to style. Let's go to style. Okay, and then we change the image over here. So click on choose image, and then choose the image that you want to use. Okay, so you can search for any image that you want to use, but I'm just going to use this particular one. Okay, so this is very good. Now I can scroll down over here, and with this one also, I'm just going to come to the ministries over here, scroll down, and then our ministries, and then we pick this particular text over here. Let's pick this text, come over here, and then just remove this one, remove it. Instead of our story, we're going to remove it and say our ministries or our ministry. Okay, or let me just say our ministries. All right, so now over here we're going to put the text that we have over here also there. I'm going to copy it and then come to the ministry side and then remove it and paste this one over here. Okay, so we have this one over here. Now the next stage is for us to design the section by section ministry. So we have the worship ministry, we have the outreach ministry, and then we have the prayer ministry, and then the last one is the kids ministry. So if we are able to design one, we can design the rest. Okay, and that is exactly what we have to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight and then create some containers and then start designing. So I'm going to click over here, click on this one, and I'm going to create a container. Now of course we can decide to use this container over here. So let's use this container over here. So this is a 4-column or 4 different column container. Okay, so I'm going to click over here and then go to advanced, unlink the padding and give it a top of 80 and then a bottom of 80. Now we're going to go to style over here. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to change the background color. So for the background, we pick over here, and then we're going to pick a grayish kind of background over here. So I think this one is quite okay. And then we look for shape divider. Okay, so we're going to give a top and bottom shape. Okay, shape. Now you see this one, you see the shape over here. Okay, that is what we want. And then the bottom also has that kind of same shape. So we're going to go over there and then use the shape over here, and then waves. Okay, so let's look at the brush waves and see how it looks like. So this is what this is bottom. Is it top or bottom? Okay, so top. So you see this is how it looks like over here, and then we do same for the bottom also. Is the same brush waves also. All right, so we're gonna have something like this. Okay, now over here what we will do is we will place an image inside this place. Okay, and then over here we're gonna place text over here. So we're gonna place an image also inside this place. Let's place an image also inside here, and then we're gonna place an image also inside this place. Okay, so we're gonna have something like this. Now I'm gonna go over here and then bring my image. Okay, so what is the image that we have here? We have this, and this. Okay, so now let's go over here and choose the image for each one of them. So we have this. I'm gonna put this image over here. Let me see. Yeah, and then we have the woman singing, and then this lady also praying. Okay, so this is also another image. I'm gonna go over here and look for the woman singing, this particular woman over here singing, and then we're gonna look for another image for this one, and this is a lady also praying, this particular lady over here praying. All right, so now we have set up our images. Now it is just for us to bring our content over here. Now let's look at how the content looks like. So we have this particular worship ministry over here, and then some some text over here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go back to the ministries page, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this one. I'm going to copy this text over here, bring it over here, paste it over here. Okay, don't worry about it. I'm gonna also copy this one, and then come over here and I'll paste it over here. Okay, so this is how it looks like. With this text over here, I'm gonna go to style and I'll position it, align it at the left like this. And then with this one also, let's see what it says. It says worship ministry. So I'm gonna go over here and then remove all that we have over here and then just type in worship ministry. Now I'm gonna go over here to style, okay, to style over here, and then choose a darker color. I'm gonna go to typography and then change this one to 35 like this. Yeah, so basically that is it. So I think this is quite okay. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to create more spaces over here. So I will go over here and then go to advanced, and I'll create more space. So I'm gonna go and then create maybe 120 at the top, and then also 120 at the bottom, so that there will be space at the top and bottom. So as you can see, guys, this is how it looks like. It looks very simple and nice, and you can just go ahead and then publish it. Okay, so now we have our first one set up, which we are good to go. Now the second one, we just need to duplicate this one. So we go ahead and duplicate this one. I'm going to duplicate it 3 times. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this 3 times. Okay, so this is the first one, this is the second one. Okay, so we have only 2 over here. So what I'm going to do is with this one, I'm not going to give it any background. Okay, so I'm going to go back over here, remove everything from it. So with the background, I'll clear the background. Okay, and then with the shape divider, I'm just going to put it at none. Bottom also, I'm going to put it at none over here. And then what I'll do is I'll go to advanced and then make this one 80, bottom also 80. All right, so now you see we have the second one over here. Now let's go to the third one. So with the third one also, I'm going to copy this one. This time around, I'll copy, I will not duplicate. So I'll copy this one, so I will not be able to do any anything about it. So I'll just paste it over here. I'll copy and paste. All right, then I'll go to the next one also, which is the last one. I'll copy this one also. I'll copy this one, and then I'll also paste it over here. I'll paste it over here. Okay, so now guys, as you can see, we have all our 4 ministries, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, set up. Now the next one that we have to do is to create this particular call to action, which we already have. So all what we need to do is to scroll down and copy it. We scroll down and then we copy this one from the about page, copy it over here, come to the ministries, and then paste it at the bottom, and then right click over here and paste it. Okay, so the only thing you need to do is to change the images and the words over here. So you see we have worship ministry. The next one will not be worship ministry. If you look at it, the next one is going to be outreach ministry. So just copy this one, go to ministries, go over here, change this one to outreach, change the text over here. So we come over here and then we also change the text also over here. We copy this one, come over here, we come over here, and then we change the text also over here. So I'm going to just paste the text in it, and it's like this. Now we also need to change the the images over here. So let's look at the images of the outreach. So 1, 2, 3. So all these images, we need to change them. So we come over here, click on this one, and then we look at the outreach images. We have this one over here, and then we go to this place, then we select the one that we want to change. Let's see, we have this one also over here, and then the last one, we scroll down, and then we have this particular one also over here. All right, so make sure that you do same for all of them. So I've done 2. Go ahead and do the rest. Do the other ministries, the other 2 ministries, the kids ministries, and I think the prayer ministry, and then you click on publish. So guys, as you can see, we've created our ministry, but let's make sure that this particular thing is linked to the ministry, especially this sub menus over here. Okay, now remember that when we're creating our menu, we use, if you go back over here and you go to menus over here, you click on menus, and then we're going to go ahead and look at the ministries over here. Now if you click over here, you see that we use this pound sign or the hash sign with this worship. Okay, the same thing we did with this particular outreach, also we did for this particular ministry, prayer ministry, and then we did for this particular kids ministry also. So what we will just do is we just copy this part without the hash sign or the pound sign, and then we come to our ministries over here. Now we're going to look for where our worship ministry is. So this is our worship ministry. This is our worship ministry. What we want to do is we just go ahead, click on this particular 6 dot over here, and then go to advanced. Okay, make sure you are at the advanced side. Now scroll down over here, and then we're going to look for the CSS ID. Okay, the CSS ID, paste the worship over there without the pound sign. Okay, do not bring the pound sign, do not bring the hash sign, just the worship. You do so for all of them. So we're going to go over here, and then with this one is outreach. Okay, we go to advanced, we scroll down, and then we put outreach over there without the pound sign, and then we go over here to also to the prayer over here. So with the prayer also, we make sure that we go to advanced over here, and then also we scroll down, and then we put prayer also over here. And then the last one is the kids. Also go over here, click on this particular 6 dot over here, go to it advanced, and then also put the kids over here. Now guys, note that whatever you put over here should correspond to what it is just after the pound sign. Okay, whatever. So if you put worship over here, worship should be what you will use over here. Okay, do not change it. At the moment you change it, it wouldn't work. Now let's publish it. Let's publish it, and now let's go to our page, our home page. So we're going to go to the front end, and then when you hover over here, and then when you click on this one, so if I click on worship ministry, it's supposed to take me to the worship ministry straight away. So let's click on it and see. You see, it takes me over there. If I click on outreach, it's supposed to take me to outreach. If I click on prayer, kids, and that is exactly what we want to do. Okay, so now that we've done this one, we are okay with the ministries also. So now we've created our home, about our ministries, our sermons, events are already done for us. The only thing left for us is for us to create the prayer request, then the contact. I'm going to leave this prayer request and contact, and then what I'll do is I'm going to focus on the donation page. Okay, so let's click on the donation to see what we have over there. Okay, so we don't have nothing over here, and we want to create this page. Now let's go over here, and then click on donation. Oh, okay, so this button is not really linked to the donation. We didn't really link it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down. There is also a link over here which goes to the give page or the donation page. So I'll click on it, so it will take me to that place. So you see, guys, this is what we want. This is what we want to create. Okay, just this page over here with this donation also over here. Now what we're going to create is very simple, similar to what we've been creating all along. So all what we have to do is to go back to our pages. So I'm going to click on pages over here. All right, so the next step is for us to go to our give page. Okay, so we're going to go over to our give page. So this is our give page. I'm going to go over here and put it over here. Okay, so that it's going to be near to what I want to create. Okay, so now that we are over here, we're still going to do the same settings we've been doing for all the other pages. We're going to go to page settings over here, enable transparent header, and then we click on save. Now we can go ahead and click on edit with Elementor to design the page. So what we are going to do is we're going to design the page. After we design the page, then we go to go to the give plugin settings, and then we check the give plugin settings, and then we also create a donation. A donation. We create some kind of donation kind of page for it, and then we bring that shortcode over here. Okay, so that is a donation form. We're going to create a donation form, and then we bring the shortcode of that donation form into the page that we've created over here. So this page is also similar, like I said, similar to what we've been creating. So I'm going to pick it from the ministry side. So I'm going to pick this one. So I will use the structure so I can be able to copy this one. So I'm going to copy this, right click on it, and then copy it. I'm going to copy it, come to give over here, right click over here, and then click on paste to paste. All right, so now all what we need to do is to just type in giving over here. So go ahead and then click here, and I'm going to type in giving. Okay, so this is just giving. So if you feel this is too small, we can increase the size a little bit. So I'm just going to increase the size to, like, let's say 65 or 75. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so which is okay. If we still want to maintain that same 60, we can still do that. So this is given. Okay, given. Now let me bring the structure over here and go to the main container. Okay, this is the main container, and then we will have to change you can put in any image over here. Okay, but I'll still leave this image over here because I don't really have an image. But of course you can search for pixels. Okay, when you go to, if you open new tab and then you look for pixels.com, you can search for images, free stock images over there, and then you'll be able to use it. Okay, but I don't waste that time because I'm going to go straight and then start designing the page. So now that we are over here, I'm going to click over here, then click on this flexbox. Now I'm going to use this one over here. So I'll click on this one, this 2-column structure over here, and now we're going to have this one. So I'll click on here, go to it advanced, and then I will change the padding. So I'll unlink the padding over here and then put 80 at the top and then 80 at the bottom, so that there will be space over there. Now over here, what I'll do is I'll just bring in this text over here. Okay, so this text is what I'm going to bring over here. So I'll copy this text and then come here. Oh, sorry, come here and then paste this text over here. Okay, that's exactly what I want to do. I'll paste this text inside this. So let's see how it looks like. Or let me just use a normal text editor. So I'm going to just delete this one and bring in a normal text editor over here and paste the thing over here. So this is kind of a heading. Okay, meaning that we are supposed to use a heading widget. So I'm going to just go back to my header or heading over here, and then use the heading. So I'll use this one. Go to style over here. Let me see how this one looks like. Okay, so it's black. I'm going to choose black over here, and then over here I'll click on this one, change this one to Barlow. So I'm going to change this one to our Barlow font that we're using. Select the Barlow, and then I'll increase the font a little bit, like maybe 45. Okay, so as you can see, 45 is quite okay. I'll change this one to 400. So this one is going to be 400, which is also quite okay. So even this one, I can make it like a 40, okay, depending on it. But let me make it 45, so it will be a little bit bigger. And then what I'll do is I'm going to click on this particular one over here, and click on this one. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to position everything at the center, justify center, align items also at the center. Okay, so now we have something like this, right? All right, so now the next thing we have to do is to put our our shortcode or the form over here. So I'm going to click over here and then drag in a shortcode. Okay, so short code, and I'm going to drag in a shortcode over here. Now this is where we're going to place our shortcode, this place. Okay, so now let me just publish this one, and then I'll take you through the settings of the give, and then we create a give form and paste it over here. So I'm going to go over here to pages over here, and I said pages, to the dashboard over here, and then I'm going to look for the donations. So you see this one, this is donations, and we go to all forms. Okay, so go to all forms over here, and let's see the forms that is over there. If there is a form over there, yeah, so there are no forms over here, so we have to create our own form. But before we create the form, go through your settings. Okay, so go through your settings, check the settings, and know how the settings work. Okay, so you have to make sure that all these ones are set. So your base country, I'm going to select Ghana. Okay, so choose your base country, and then you can type in your base state. So I will say maybe Greater Accra. Okay, so Greater Accra. Okay, and then this is going to be the dashboard link, and this is going to be your your shortcode for the the confirmation, donation confirmation. That's a receipt. So if you create new pages, make sure that you use these shortcodes in it. Okay, so let me save this one over here. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change one or two things. So first of all, I'll go to the currency and make sure that I change my currency to my normal currency, which is the Ghana cedi, right? So I'm going to change it over here and look for Ghana. So this is Ghana over here, and make sure that you go through all these things to set your payment gateways and all those things. I am not interested in all those things because this is just a tutorial I'm doing for you, but you can go through when you go to payment gateway. Now one thing is Give support Paystack. Okay, it supports Paystack, it supports PayPal, it supports Stripe, it supports a whole lot of payment options, right? So if you're in Africa and you're in Ghana like me, or Nigeria, you can use Paystack for your Give for your Give payment gateway. Okay, so you'll be able to use it nicely. So in my next video, I'll show you how you can be able to connect your payment gateway to Give. Okay, that is it. So now that we have this form over here, and now that we have the options, or the settings set correctly, now I'm going to use text donation, right? Text donation, and then an offline payment. All this one, I'll enable this. Okay, so I also want to add a form. Okay, so I'll add a form, and note that you see all these options over here. You can check your report, you can check your donors, you can check your donations and all those things, but I want to add a form so that we can add it in our page. So I'll click on add form so that we can be able to create a new donation form. Okay, so there are different ways of adding the form. Okay, so as you can see over here, we have this classic one, we have the the support a course, and then we also have the 2 panel donation one. So you choose the one that you want, and then you can proceed. I'm going to just choose the classic one over here. Okay, and then I'm going to click on proceed. All right, so you can edit everything from here. So step 1, editing the form layout. Okay, then you click on next, build, and then you click on next. So what we're going to do is the layout we chose is the classic one. Of course, you can choose the multi-step one also. Okay, so something like this will be quite okay for you. So I think this one is okay. So you can either choose this one or this one depending on what you want. Okay, so if you think this one is okay for you, you choose it. But because of I'll either choose the classic one, over here, or I'll choose the multi-step. So let me choose the multi-step. This is what I used in the other previous website. So let's choose the multi-step. So this is a multi-step. And then what do we have over here? It says support our church. So I'm going to copy this one and go over here. And then the header, we go to header over here. And instead of support a course, we say support our church. And then let me go over here, and then I'll copy this one also. Copy this one, go back over here, and then I'll paste this one over here. So help our church by making donations. Do your donations go to make a difference in our cause? Okay, so you can also upload an image if you want to. So let's say we want to use an image. We can use any image that we want. Let's say I want to upload an image. Let me go ahead and just upload an image, any image over here. So to yeah, let me upload this one. Okay, so this is how it will look like. Okay, this is exactly how it's going to look like. So if you like, you can also delete the image, because we don't want the image as a background. Okay, that is it. So we don't want the image as a background. All right, so the next one is also the buttons over here. Okay, so we have donate now, we have continue, and then donate now. Okay, and then we come over here, and then we have the donation goal. Of course, you can either decide to enable or disable it. So we don't want any donation goal. If you want a donation goal, you can choose your donation goal and then set an amount over there. Okay, but I don't want any donation goal, so I'm just going to remove it. And then there should be a header over here, which I'm trying to find, but let's publish this one. Okay, and this is going to be our link. Okay, so I'm going to close this one and go to style over here. You can decide to style it anyhow you want it. Let me come back over here, and still let me look at the header over here. So there should be a header image. Okay, so let me just copy or try and see how this one works, because it's not supposed to be on top of the image. It's just supposed to be okay. So header style, okay, so it's supposed to be above, right? Yes, this is what I want. Okay, so that's exactly what I want. I'm gonna just update it, and now you see we have our donation form set up for us. Now let's go over here, close this one, come over here. Oh, let me just bring this one over here, and then you can go to the settings over here, and then you can do your general settings. This will be your URL for this particular form. Public, you can set it to public and all those things. Okay, and then also donation confirmation. You can if somebody donate to you, you can give a message and all those kind of stuff over here. And then email settings, so you can check your general emails and all those things. You can customize your own emails. So when you click over here, you see all these customizations that you can be able to do, your new donation receipt processing and all those things. You can go ahead and do all those things. Okay, so if everything is okay for you and you think you are good to go, then of course you are ready to go. You can also build your donation from scratch. Okay, you can go ahead and build your donation from scratch. You can go ahead and build your donation from scratch, or you can use the design that we use. Okay, so that is what basically it's. So now that we've over here, let's try and then exit this place. Okay, so let's give a name for it. So this is what I'll give form. Okay, and let me just update this one. All right, so I'm going to close this one and I'm going to go ahead and exit. So you click over here to go to the forms. All right, so this is our form over here, and then you see that we have this donation levels over here. I forgot to show you, so we can choose our donation levels. So let's go ahead and edit it again, so we can be able to choose our donation levels. All right, so let's click over here to go to set the donation level. So you can decide to change the donation levels over here. So I'm going to click over here to let you know how you can be able to do that. All right, so once you're over here, now to be able to change certain things inside the form itself, you need to go to build. Okay, so click on build over here, and this time around you can be able to have all these things over here. So how much would you like to donate? You can even change this heading over here. Okay, and then all donations directly impact our church. Instead of our organization, we can make it our church. So over here we can just change it over here and say our church. Okay, and then donation amount, so you can click on it. When you click on it, it will be selected, and you see where we have this one, we have multi-level and we have fixed. Okay, so you can choose any one that you want to do. Now let's say this 10 cities is too small for you, so you want to start from maybe 100. Of course you can start from 100 and go to 250, maybe go to 500, go to 1000, go to maybe 1500, and then even go to maybe 2000. You can specifically do so. Okay, and then over here you can go ahead and enter custom amount over here. So custom amount, the minimum amount, you can state it over here that okay, you can only enter maybe the minimum amount of 100. Okay, over here, and then the maximum amount you can also change, enter it over here. And then if you want to accept recurring donations, which is in the pro version, you can also do so. And then when you go to the next step, also you can who is given today, so you can be able to share your information and all those things. And then the payment details also is over here. So if you're okay with it, you can just go ahead and click on publish or update, and let's go back to our form, our forms page. All right, so as you can see, all right guys, so as you can see over here, it has changed. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to copy this short code. Okay, this is a short code that we want, so we have to copy it. So I'm just going to copy this short code. Okay, so make sure that you select the short code over here. I don't know why it's not being selected, but that is where we have to select. So let me just select this one, and I'll go to my page that I'm designing, and then I'm going to put the short code over here. Okay, so let me use this one and give it this one and see. Okay, so they said the short code is missing, blah 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 blah. So it means that we did not copy it well. So I don't know why it's behaving that way, but let's try and then copy again. Let me see if there is a way that I can. Okay, so I'll just zoom in. Okay, and as you can see, this is the short code. So did I zoom out here? I zoomed out, and this is the shortcode, and I'm gonna just paste it over here. Okay, so it was missing maybe a 5 or so. Okay, so guys, as you can see, this is how it looks like, right? So this is it, and we have our give plugin working for us. So all what we need to do is to click on this particular one over here, and I want to change this one to 12 880 over here, and then I want to come here and give it a space, a gap, okay, of 20. Let me give it like a 20, and then with this one also I want to increase this one to like the height, the line height to 55. Okay, so as you can see, this is how it's going to be like. Even let me just make it like a 65. Right, so basically this is how we're gonna have. Okay, so let me zoom in a little bit. Let me zoom in a little bit to 100, and then we can go ahead and then publish it. Okay, so that is it. So now let's click here to see our give page. Okay, now so guys, our give page is now ready, and we can use it for anything that we want to use. All right guys, so this is the end of this tutorial, and thank you for watching. My name is Kobe, and like I told you, I hope this video will be able to help you to be able to create any kind of church website that you want to create, even an organization website or any NGO website. You can still use this particular template to be able to create it. Now if you want the template, you can get the full template over here at template seller. You see, this is the template. We also have another church website template over here. You can get it over here, and that is it. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Bye bye.